All right, well, it is 9:35, so we'll go ahead and get started, and I'll call the special study session to order. Everyone should have received the agenda and supporting materials. And first up, we're going to turn it over to Sharon, who will outline the process for today and answer any questions if there are any. So Sharon?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Um, well, it has been an interesting process, and I think because it's lasted for a while, I would like to begin with just a quick overview of what we've been doing. So, first of all, we received 59 applications in all. That's a really good showing. So I think it's good to know that this position was one that was well received. Um, we presented 12 candidates to the city council after vetting those candidates, and the council identified 5 candidates and appointed a subcommittee to do an initial round of interviews. That initial round of interviews was really structured in a way to look at various competencies that had been identified by the council as being important going through. So it was to get a sense of those competencies. And from that meeting, 2 candidates were brought forward to meet with the city council, the mayor, and the city council members elect. So that's where we are today. Yesterday, our 2 candidates spent time meeting with the leadership team. It was a they were very positive meetings. The importance of that, first of all, is we are doing this as a virtual interview, and we're missing out on some of the connections that people make non-verbally just by being in the room together. So I think that there was a great deal of care in the leadership team of being able to actually have a little bit of dialogue and meet the people, and they were quite successful in making the candidates feel very comfortable. So just want to let you know that those meetings yesterday went very well. And I should note that one of the reasons that it's incredibly important to do this, um, a candidate wants to understand not only the governing body, but it also, the candidates want to understand the people that they will be working with. And I do believe there's some visualization that takes place with people looking at the fact that, yes, I would be very comfortable working with these people. And I think that that definitely was something that was conveyed yesterday. So today, as Council President Staver indicated, you received interview materials in advance, and no doubt you recognized some of the materials in the packet, but I want to just highlight a few of the things that you have in this latest round of information. So first of all, um, we have an interview schedule, and you'll see that there is an hour and 45 minutes allotted for each candidate, and we'll want to work within that schedule. There's also a page that provides some details on how we will proceed. And because this is a virtual interview, there are several things that we're going to be asking of you. First of all, we'll want you all to turn on your video cameras. That helps the candidates see you. And while they can't see as much nonverbal communication as they might otherwise see, it's really helpful to orienting them as part of the interview. So I hope as we complete this briefing that you will all turn on your video cameras. Similarly, we would like you all to be muted unless you have a question that you want to be asking. Now, the interview has been set up with Linda Hillenbrand and I reading the questions to the candidates, and we'll be alternating. After we ask a question, we will stop after the candidate has completed her answer, maybe is a better way to say that. We will see if there are any follow-up questions from the city council members, from the mayor, from the council members elect. So we'll be doing that with each question that we ask. It's always important to take a moment to take a look at the interview guide. That is on page 22 of your materials. One of the questions that I am frequently asked by elected bodies is, how do I make sure that I'm not asking a question that could be seen as illegal? And we have different areas of questions listed on this page that are good questions to avoid. I'll tell you that as we structure this interview for you, we make every effort to ensure that the questions are um, oriented towards professional work and the individual, uh, their professional experience. Usually, what happens, you get into issues and run into some of these areas if you start asking questions about family, age, and that kind of thing. When that happens, it's usually innocent, but you can expect that either Linda or I will jump in and advise someone to move to the next question or something of that nature. It rarely happens, but it's still good just to be aware of the areas that we don't want to get into. I'll stop and see if anybody has any questions at that point. Okay. And
I
Sharon,
do have a question about how much time do we want to spend on follow-up questions? I mean, we're a group of talkative people, and we could spend an hour probably with follow-up questions on every question. And so can you give us some guide as to what you're looking for?
You know, the way I have done this before that's been rather helpful, Mayor Norton, I think that we can ask a follow-up question to the extent that we can keep follow-up questions somewhat germane to the answers that the candidates have given or to the question that's been asked. Then we're able to continue through those questions. I think ideally we'd like to do that so that there's time left at the end for any questions that the council might have or the council members elect. And then I want to make sure that we give 5 to 10 minutes of time to the candidate to ask questions. Many times in these processes, I am told by city councils that they learn a lot by the questions that someone asks. So I don't want to do anything that prevents you from that type of observation. So hopefully that answered your questions. I will also say that I will probably say something midway if we look like we're going, if we're not making good time. I will say something at one of the breaks between questions just to say, here's where we are. This is the number of questions and the amount of time that's left. So hopefully with that, we will be able to work this well. And I see that the city attorney has his hand up, and then Council President-elect has her hand up. So let's start with Jason.
Thanks, Sharon. I was just letting the council and council-elect know that I'll be listening in on the call. I don't plan on speaking unless someone asks a question that is clearly illegal or something. Just as Sharon noted, just stay away from obviously any like family type questions. I know all of you know kind of the basics, but if the candidate starts going off and using an example for example, using the family situation or talks about their family, that's fine. Just don't ask any follow-up questions though. If they say, something about their kids, you just say, oh, well, what about your husband or your wife or, things like that. Just try to avoid any follow-up questions based on that. With that is all I plan on saying. So.
Okay. Council President-elect Carlson.
Thank you. So are we, in the best case scenario, supposed to be raising our hand, using the chat box? What's the best way to identify that we have a follow-up question, and how will you prioritize?
I would appreciate it if people would raise their hand. I would also appreciate it if you don't use your chat box. For example, if you use the chat feature, that is something the candidates will be able to see. Both candidates are coming into the interviews, and they will be able to see any message that you post. Not only would it be distracting, I can see other kinds of issues that might arise too. So we ask that you avoid use of the chat feature, and raise your hands. What order will you be called in? I will try to do that in the order that I see them. I don't know if I will always have that order correct, so hopefully you will, be tolerant if I miss exactly when someone's come on, but we'll be working on that just to try to go through, and I will announce the order just as I did when two hands came up. Okay,
Thank you.
these are great questions. They will help us get through this in a smooth way. Um, and on the interview guide, if there are any questions, you can let me know. But I think we'll get through this just fine. There are usually not any issues that come up in the processes we've been working on. You have a lot of the candidate information before you. Basically, our intent in these materials was to provide you with everything that you needed, from the cover letter and the resume, their questionnaires. That still remains, that has a lot of private data on it. So just because you have it at this point doesn't mean that it is not private. So do maintain that confidentiality of the materials. In addition, we have had an opportunity to speak with references for both candidates. So we have confidential reference reports. They are confidential because we want people to feel open and candid in their discussion about the candidates. And so you will see the reports that we have. Also, there is a leadership management style assessment that you will see. And that assessment does a few things. First of all, it talks about the individual's style. Both of these styles are fairly consistent with the leadership management benchmark that was created back in 2017. So that's a fairly good indication of same one we basically were using when Mr. Reimer was appointed. And there's a description of their style. There's also a list of competencies, driving forces, and behaviors. We usually get concerned if we see something that is red that's showing up, but we don't have any of that. These people appear to be very compatible with the style that you're looking for. And, later on, or we'll be able to answer any questions about that should you have them. I think that completes my remarks, and we're about 10 minutes away from starting the interview. So please let me know if you have any questions that I can answer for you. Councilmember Keen.
Yes, Sharon, could you help a little bit just as far as after the interviews are concluded today, what the
Yes.
timeline looks like?
Well, here's what we're going to do. After the interviews, we will be pulling together comments from the leadership team that will be provided to you. They will be sent to you electronically, of course. As you probably saw in the transmittal memo, we have two questions that we have asked the candidates, the leadership team, excuse me, to respond to. We want them to talk about overall strengths and positive attributes that they're seeing. And we also would like them to identify any areas where they think someone may not be a good fit. They have been specifically instructed not to rank candidates. That is your job. And I think that it's really important for everyone to understand what the role is. People can share their comments. And I will tell you, having done this a number of years, the governing bodies are usually very excited to receive that report. You will interview people, you will form your opinions. You may find that you have questions, and so it's part of this process of being able to think about where you are with the candidates. So we're going to get that to you this afternoon after your interviews are completed. And we want to give you time to think about it, to digest that information. And then this is very similar to what we did last time. I'm going to give everybody a call tomorrow and see where you are, see what your preliminary thoughts are. Sometimes the preliminary thoughts are surprisingly the same. And if they are, and there is a broad consensus, then we can come forward on the council meeting that you have on December 7th with a recommendation to authorize that negotiations be delegated to staff and to bring back an employment agreement. And it may be possible to bring back an employment agreement on December 14th. So that's one scenario. But the second scenario is if there isn't that broad consensus, then we may need to schedule another meeting for discussion. And we want to follow up with that as quickly as we can. I think it's easier to have these kinds of conversations when you remember the information. It's fresh in your mind. So we will be working very, very quickly to get back to you one way or the other. And I should clarify too, when I talk about this, it is my intent to give the mayor a call, to call everybody who is seated on the council now and also the incoming council members. I think that the candidates especially respect the process of people who have been here up to this point, being involved in the process, but also knowing that the council that will be seated in 2021 is feeling very, very comfortable with them. We want a really smooth start for council, for candidates. Really, we're very much in the same place, you might say.
Very good. Thank you.
You bet. Okay. So we've got about 8 minutes now.
Mhm.
Sharon, our candidate is here.
Great. Well, I would like to ask the council members, and you may, I can only see a partial screen. That's one of the limitations that I experience. So I don't know if all of you have your cameras up, but I'm hoping you do, so that I can see all of you. Okay, it looks like you do. And if you are ready to begin, we should probably get Allison Zelms, our first candidate, in her place and make sure that she can come on board and all of that. Are you seeing Allison?
Good
Yes.
morning.
I'm going to have to pull, oops.
Good morning. We can hear you, just so you're not worried that we can't hear you.
Okay, great. Can you hear
Okay.
me loud enough? Is it blurry?
No, you're right in the center of the screen too for me.
All right, great.
I've got to change my view. I can't see Allison, and I
Neither
kind of
can
need
I.
to see her.
Oh, there we go. It's switching. Good.
I can
There.
see.
Okay, good. Well, would
All
you
right.
like to go ahead and get started? Everybody's in place, and maybe that's a good thing to do. Use time wisely.
All
All right.
right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Allison, nice to see you again.
Nice to
Welcome.
see you too.
And we have a pretty good sized group here today, and looking forward to some good conversation. With that, what we'll do is some members of the people participating today will just quickly introduce ourselves, so you kind of get an idea of the cast of characters here, and then we'll get going with the rest of the interview and conversation. So again, we've already met. I'm the council president currently for City of Rochester, and I'll be concluding 10 years of service on the council here shortly. And I'll let the next members introduce themselves.
Good morning, Allison. This is Patrick Keene. We met before a couple weeks ago. Nice to see you again. And President's Day, I'll just say it's good. We're going to be on first name basis for our meeting today. So thank you.
Hey, Allison, good to see you again. I'm Nick, and I'll just go first name, council member for City of Rochester. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Sue.
Hello, Allison. I'm Mark Bilderback. I've been on the council for 12 years, just about ready to end my tenure. Welcome. We may have met in the past on the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities. I was on the board a couple of years ago before Rochester. We left the coalition, but we may have met then. But welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Michael Wojak. I am a council member, and I'll be concluding 12 years of service as well, particularly interested in issues around transportation and sustainability. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us. I look forward to hearing more about you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sean Palmer, and I'm City Council Rep for Ward 5, and I've been on the City Council for 2 years.
Good morning. I'm Annalisa. I am City Council member or City Council representative for Ward 6, and I'm finishing up my only term, but a 4-year term.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor Norton.
Hi, Allison. My name's Kim Norton. I'm the mayor of Rochester. I've been here for 2 years.
Good morning.
And now
Hi.
to Council President-elect
Sure.
Carlson.
Hi, Allison. I'm Brooke Carlson. I'll be stepping in as president of the council starting in January. So great to meet you, and please do use my first name as well.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay. Council-elect Kirkpatrick.
Good morning, Allison. Glad to be here. Eager to be starting as Ward 4 representative, filling Mark Bilderback's shoes starting on January 4th. Eager to hear your answers this morning.
Great.
Hi, Allison. I'm council member elect Molly Dennis, and I just got elected in November, and I'm really excited to meet you and learn all about you. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
It does not look like Council member-elect Bransford is here, but I want to ask just in case I'm missing something on the screen.
I can speak to that. This is Michael Wojak. Council member-elect Bransford will be taking my place, and there's some personal reasons why he can't be here today, but I understand he was able to participate yesterday, and yeah, I think he looks forward to reviewing the videos and learning more.
Great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay.
So Allison, I think we're ready to roll with the very first question, which is a two-part question. So here we go. What trends will municipal organizations need to address to recover and build in the coming year and in the next decade? The second part of that question is, how are you beginning to address these trends in your current community?
Thank you. Well, there's probably going to be a lot of new things that we're working on in the next year. A lot of those have already started for communities, and communities that have been very ready have already kind of been working on some of those as future projects or future ideas that have now accelerated into today. So I think some of the most important trends are somewhat continuing, right? But it's how do we use new technology and use new tools and techniques to really get to people. That community building aspect, not just infrastructure, but connecting people differently, maybe than they have before. We've seen trends in the past where that kind of front porch mentality has gone away, and it's harder to get people connected to each other and to the organization and the city services that we provide. So looking at new ways to reconnect people and to connect people who maybe traditionally wouldn't be connected to each other, I think is going to be very important. It's always been very important, but I think we've accelerated the importance of that over the last 6 to 9 months. And that's not really just a pandemic issue. It's all of those social issues that come to the forefront when we have a major challenge that's facing us, right? So being able to connect people to solve problems that aren't just for one set of the community, but is for the broad community, and oftentimes for a part of the community that's underrepresented. And typically those parts of the community aren't underrepresented for lack of desire or lack of wanting to. But what we've evolved to be is generally more for those who are the loudest or who have the most ease of access to our services, or who feel more that they even should call, 911 or call the information line or reach out to somebody because it's relatable to them. So we're going to have to work really hard to be relatable to more aspects of the community. And that doesn't mean that we focus in on one thing more. It probably means we're going to have to do everything better. Figuring out how to get to people in person in a safe way is going to be really important, because as you've experienced recently, being able to be online is great. It's a great new tool if we can use it strategically, but it's not necessarily a great way to connect. Over the next 10 years, so that's the most important. And part of that's also racial equity, the diversity being at the forefront, making sure we have more accessibility, whether that's for someone who is part of the LGBTQ community, whether that's, someone who maybe has some physical challenges or other challenges, and also directly racial equity. Those are things that are going to be important in how we build everything in the future, right? So I just think that that's a forefront issue. It's also a forefront issue for how we work with our business partners and how we work with our social services, and how our community connects to our existing city direct services. Being a smart city, I think, is also going to be very important. How do we utilize technology well, but do that in an accessible way? And how do we do that in a way that respects that finances, at least in the near term, are probably going to be unprecedentedly impacted. So those are things I've been working on over my career in every community that I've been in, and it's accelerated significantly in Mankato, where I am right now. We have great partnerships, very, very fortunate partnerships with key services within the community. So not just the city, but our key partners in the community, so that we can have a broad impact and a collective impact. We've brought together and reached out directly to individuals, Black, Indigenous community members to help lead us, not to just lead ourselves, but for them to help lead us through some of those conversations. And we're gearing up for an equity profile scan to help us really prioritize how we're going to get those voices into future building. Over the next 10 years, I don't see huge changes. It's really how we address those changes, and what people really need may significantly change based on the experience we've had for the last 9 months and probably the next 6 months to a year. So I think we're just going to have to get comfortable looking at things a little bit differently, accepting that our strategic priorities here probably don't shift. Compassion is going to be really important. But how we are compassionate and how we build those compassionate qualities into the new parks funding, into how we reimagine maybe the civic center and the library, how we do things and how we provide service and how we connect with the community is really going to be important over the next 10 years. I don't really think that those things are going to change. What people need from those things may change. How people view recreation, how people view the outdoors and its value to them. All of those things may shift their priority on the scale of priority, and we just need to be prepared for that, and okay that there's a way to make all of our values fit that. It's just that it's going to be a bit of a shift.
Thank you. We have a follow-up question from Councilmember Wojcik. Go ahead, Michael. You have to unmute.
I just wanted to note that I don't know if others are seeing the video freeze, but I'm gonna, when I'm not speaking, I'm gonna be turning off my camera to try and free up some bandwidth.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we are ready to move to question number 2. Describe your approach to building relationships with the City Council. How will you identify and prioritize policy issues and decisions to bring forward to the Council?
Thank you. Well, obviously the relationship with council is really important, not just for our ability to function well together and for your ability to make good decisions and have the information that you need to make good decisions, but also just so that meetings can, we're going to be in a lot of meetings and it's important, I think, that those feel good, right? So at its most basic, if we have good relationships and we have a good understanding of how we work well together. I think you've started that a bit, and we will need to continue that with the council-elect, the strength finders that you've done to help people understand, what are the things that matter to you? How do you input information? What types of information and data help you make decisions? How do you think through problems? What are the things that are important to you? In deciding what priorities are and what are some of the drivers that help you prioritize what's important to you in representing your ward or representing an issue specific to maybe a resident or a service that's maybe a challenge that you're hearing about. So at its highest level, I think it's important that pretty immediately we get together and have some of those strategic advance meetings to talk about how our relationships can be effective, which is an individual thing, but also a group thing, because each individual might need something specific. Maybe you need phone calls in order to really digest information. Maybe it's important that we find a way to meet together in a safe way that's comfortable for you and for myself and or any other staff that need to be there to provide detail. I think going on tours and field trips are probably going to be important for you to see in person, what some of those issues are that is facing the community. And I'm sure you know what a lot of those are, but to have some subject matter experts there to kind of share their passion and the things they're concerned about as a subject matter expert from staff or from some of our partners that we work with. So you get a real good feeling of what that is as individuals and as a group. And personally, for me, I found it really important to stay in really pretty close contact, right? So, I would actually ask that you find time in your busy calendars to meet individually, or sometimes that can work well in groups of 2, and perhaps that could rotate, because that can also be a way for you to meet each other and get an understanding of how you process information and how you think through ideas and how you are a problem solver for issues. And that might be a way to do that and rotate. Obviously, that needs to be in a way that meets the open meeting law and that type of thing. So those are things that we could talk about together. But it's also important that we keep getting together as a group, not just in a business meeting to talk through a 1,000-page agenda. You're going to have a lot of information coming to you, and I'm sure you've already been looking at that. And those of you who've been on, 12 years and so is probably, I don't know if you'll be on there looking too much for the next few months, but you might be. And so it is important for those individual relationships and those group relationships to continue, because it is a team. You may not always agree. You're not always going to look at things the same way. The issues that are facing your ward might be a little bit different or nuanced. Depending on where you are in the floodplain, you're going to have some different issues. Depending on how many parks or kind of the condition of some of your streets or your sidewalks, you may have some different issues. But I think it's really important that we look at it sort of as that informal and formal dynamic. And that's going to help us be able to move forward, feel good about decisions, maybe where we have a lot of disagreement, and figure out a way to move forward. And through that, come to some sort of viable resolution that is good for the community.
Are there any follow-ups? Mayor Norton.
Thank you. That question was specifically targeted to city. I'm sorry, did you say something, Sharon?
No, go ahead.
Okay. That particular question was targeted specifically towards City Council, but I'm wondering if you have a different approach or a different way to communicate with and stay involved with the mayor, which is a full-time plus position and right down the hall. So I wondered if you had a strategy for communicating with the mayor's office.
Thank you so much for asking that question, Mayor Norton. I do think that's going to be really important, especially in Rochester, right? Because you have a unique role here, and that's can be incredibly valuable to the city administrator and to the city council, and to the community, frankly. And so being able to have that full-time contact, and since you do have offices here, and I know the rest of the council will have access to now to some office space. I think it would be important for us, pretty immediately to get together for me to understand, what does your day look like, right? Where are you going to be? And maybe we can find times for some of those things to be together. You'll be an excellent resource for the new city administrator to be able to make some very important connections very quickly in the community with the community partners that are here and on initiatives that you're working on. Those are important for the rest of the council to know about also. So I think I play a really key role in helping that information flow effectively and making those really the connections. And how does the work that you do on a daily basis help them and help their wards and help the progress of our collective goals move forward? And also, I think it's important for my role to really help the council understand how your role is connected to the community. What does that mean for some of our legislative priorities and the relationships that we have with our state and federal delegation? What does it mean to have that type of elected official to elected official relationship when we're sharing our needs, our financial needs, or maybe some of our policy needs with the state of Minnesota? So I think I can play a very important role to connect your work to the rest of the city council's work and be able to, in my conversations, be able to see where those connections are and help you to be able to make sure that your work is reflected not only in the council's work, but their work and their policy items are reflected in yours. I think it's just a critical relationship to have. And the fact that you do have an office here, I think is very important for us to be able to get together and see each other as partners in moving things forward.
Okay, Councilmember-elect Dennis.
Thank you so much. I was thrilled to hear you talk about how people process information differently and reaching out in different ways. I work in special education, so I think learning styles are so super important. I just had a question, how you deal with conflict. I mean, if there is like, maybe this is not directly related to this question, so I hope it, but with the conflict, like if there is something where someone's not, or they're not connecting, do you have any examples or things that you have used to use learning styles and processing ideas to help people connect?
This is like this is like one of those questions that's kind of made up. We never have conflict. It's never happened in the history of the Rochester City
Council ever has conflict. Well, and I guess just my personal view of conflict is it's not necessarily negative, right? You can't have resolution without conflict. They're inherently tied together. And so when we're talking about policy items and hard, complex issues, affordable housing, homelessness, social equity, these are hard, complex issues. If they weren't hard, complex issues, they'd be solved. And there's a lot of different viewpoints on that for a lot of different reasons, and where people get their information is part of that. How people, process information and the lens that they look at that information through is part of that. So I'm a person that's a fairly straightforward person. I think information it's power, right? So being able to have information and ask questions without judgment is really important. Sometimes it's hard as human beings not to have judgment because we have opinions, right? But I just think it's really important to create those opportunities. And what I found is creating opportunities for people to talk to each other sometimes is important. And it's really one of the hardest things for elected officials is that you have this open meeting where when you're all together, you're on display to the public and all of your relationship challenges and your different viewpoints are on display to the public. And it's a really odd way of doing business for most people. And so being able to use our work sessions really effectively, or small groups, or maybe, maybe we need to switch who the liaison is to one of the commissions, or really encourage someone to reach out and do some training, or have people go together to do some listening with the community so that they get a different viewpoint directly from the community together. If there's someone from another ward that isn't hearing the same concerns that you're hearing, they may not understand where you're coming from just because they don't actually hear those specific things from people. One of the valuable things I found being a deputy city manager for a long time, my role in the organization is oftentimes to be a translator. And so sometimes the issue is just that people describe things differently. And they're saying very much the same thing, but it doesn't translate to the other person. And so as the person that's listening to both, sometimes I find myself saying, and usually more often than not, I think you're saying something very similar, but where you're coming from is maybe, you're looking at this from how wide is the sidewalk, and the other person cares more about the trees. You can have both. They're both important, just one is more important to this person than the other person. And let's look at let's look at it from a 100-foot level so we can see where both of those go.
Okay. Council-elect Dennis, did you have another follow-up question, or is your hand still up from the first question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really not that techie, so that's one of the questions too about reaching out. The conflict, yeah, I was looking at there's been some conflict in the past with council, just personal levels and stuff, but I think that is exactly maybe the view you answer that. So sorry about my hand.
Oh, no, perfectly fine. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Thank you so much, Allison.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the next question. As city administrator, how will you ensure the city council is treated as a body of 7 equals with no designated representative or spokesperson?
Well, I think that's something that's important for us to set the ground rules together on. And I know that you have, council guidelines and that type of thing, but it's important to remind ourselves of those sometimes, right? Oftentimes those types of challenges, which probably leads back to the follow-up question of conflict, are that people have different, some people are more outgoing than others. Some people are more engaged, or they do business by walking around. They have coffee chats with their ward, or they maybe just have a different type of connection because of their social service work that they do, or volunteer work that they have. And so some of those things are perceptions and some of those things are real. And so, kind of goes back to that. Let's not just talk about policy on some of these things, but let's, build in time to some of our work sessions on how we are relating to each other and how we're relating to the community. And I think it's important to build time in for people to say without judgment that, I'm feeling like I'm not getting enough contact either with this group or maybe on this issue. And so if your fellow council members know that, then we can all together devise a plan on what are some of the strategies and tactics that we're going to use where you do have that equal footing. So maybe that's working with staff to find city facilities throughout the community where you could have time to meet with your constituents and report back to council on the agenda or on a future work session. Maybe there's a way for us to go around the community to each ward every 2 or 3 months and have a listening, just listen. Not responding, not making it into a public meeting, but where we have a listening and we report back out, or we record that and you have the ability to watch and kind of see what's happening throughout the community, so that you have the same information. It can be a blessing and a curse to have a ward system. By its very nature, you have individual challenges and issues, and you have a direct connection to your ward. But that, by its very nature, can also make it feel or appear as if you have these different, that you're representing something different to the public. But it may just be that you have different challenges or constituents that you're trying to address. So I think it's just very important for us to build in ways to have communication that lets people kind of be on the same page. I'll give a specific example of if a council member sends me a question about something that's on the agenda, I typically am going to send the answer back to everyone. Because it's, that's information that helps everyone have a better understanding of either, what kind of questions might come up or something they never thought of before. And it might actually help someone else think, okay, maybe we should move forward with the recommendation, but I have a tweak. I want to come back in 3 months and report back and see how this is going. Or I think it's really important that maybe we take an extra 2 weeks and get this viewpoint included in some of the information. If you have a very specific question about, what are we doing to correct a sidewalk issue for a constituent in your ward, maybe someone else doesn't need to know that, right? It's specific, we need to get it resolved, but it's not something everyone needs to know. If I'm hearing the same thing from 5 of you, we probably need to put something on a work session or send some information out to all of you, because it's something that's either is already happening to all of you or is coming to each of you in the future. And so it just helps you be prepared so that there aren't surprises. And so that's very important to me. Things I've seen helpful in the past also is if you do put information out, having just a clause that this is my own opinion and doesn't reflect the opinion of the entire council can really help for people to understand. You're individuals. But if there's not a policy decision that's been made and put into precedent by the city council, then it is your individual opinion as a representative. It's very important as an individual elected official, but it's important that the public understands that that may not be the direction that the city ends up moving in the future unless there is a future action by the entire council to actually either shift or move a policy forward differently.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions from council or council-elect? All right, Sharon, I think you're up.
All right, this is question number 4. The mayor and city council rely upon the city administrator to anticipate, research, and frame issues and offer recommendations and options. How would you frame and establish issues that could become controversial, and how do you bring forth innovative ideas?
I'm guessing that Nick would say that never happens here either, right? No controversy. Well, if we're doing big things, we're probably going to encounter controversial issues. And that's the nature of doing hard work and doing the hard work of local government and making the community a better place to live. So I think we should all probably anticipate we're going to have some controversial issues. And just expect that going in, but try to look at that as, and I just frame this way, that those are issues that are just inherently controversial, and as individuals, if we can look at those as that we have a collective desire to solve them for the community, but may have a different way of looking at that, it's important for me to kind of set the stage of that regularly, and possibly that'll be important for Brooke and Kim and I to do together, right? Because we each have a unique role in those meetings and can help to make sure that those move more smoothly. I find it very important to work very closely with our communications team on these types of things. If we have a controversial issue, usually we will start seeing that on our social media feeds. We might start hearing that come in through different departments. I'm very fortunate where I work now that we have a robust 311 information system. And so being able to have data systems where we can track and see if we're getting the same question over and over again or the same complaint can be really important in foreseeing what some of those very localized issues might be. And so I think that data is very important in knowing what's coming, right? And that's not just numbers, that's stories, that's kind of hearing a comment from maybe our business partner, hearing something that might at first seem unrelated from a resident, and then maybe getting 3 questions or a meeting on my calendar from some staff members. And I think I'm pretty good at reading between the lines and making connections. You don't survive very long in local government if you don't see connections and go, okay, this means something here. I need to ask more questions, and I ask a lot of questions to understand if this is just a paranoia on my part or if it really is a trend that we're seeing. I also think it has been important for me, and I think it will continue to be. I'm a busy person, not busy for the sake of being busy, but busy because connections, relationships, and input are important to making sure that I am ahead of the curve and letting you know I think this is coming. So I serve on a number of different boards. That helps me not only because I get a lot of information from sources that are maybe don't seem logically aligned with what might be coming to Rochester, but it gives me that larger scale national perspective of what might be happening on the coast or in a different part of the country or the globe through my work with the International City County Managers Association, and I'm on their policy group, which gives me a lot of information from people and connections to people. And I also work with the League of Minnesota Cities on their insurance trust, and it gives me information from that realm, heavily reliant on investments and some other issues, and impacted heavily by some social trends that are happening. And that helps me get information from that group. And I serve on the board with other elected officials and city administrators from across Minnesota. And so it gives me some perspective on, what's happening up in the Iron Range. What are some of the challenges we're hearing in outstate Minnesota? And those may positively influence Rochester or negatively influence Rochester, right? So that those types of connections and service, they're valuable returns on investment for information and connections. I think framing issues for me is something that's important to provide, the global issue of affordability and homelessness isn't maybe something we're able to solve in Rochester. We're trying to solve what are things that can improve the quality of life experience and help us move forward effectively here. It may also extend to some of our regional partners, because what happens, in the surrounding communities might be supportive of some of our goals here. Someone might need to live in a surrounding community and work in Rochester or vice versa. So those connections are also important. But ultimately, being able to frame the issue is also about being able to organize the issue. So putting together a robust engagement and communication and outreach plan can be important. Reporting back to you on where we are on that, because we might be in a lot of information gather before we come to you. If I come to you too quickly with something and we don't have enough information, that's probably a recipe for a lot of conflict, right? Because when you don't have good information, then questions come up that we don't have answers to, and it feels like we aren't going to be successful. And then ultimately on controversial issues, I find that I just need to be highly accessible, transparent. And if it's a hard issue, there's no problem saying that publicly. It's a complicated issue. It's probably going to take us a little bit of time to pull this apart and make a good pathway so we don't create a bigger issue rather than start tackling things and really addressing and prioritizing what we can impact and influence effectively. And I think it's also okay if it doesn't, I think it's also my job to say, we may not be ready to make this decision today. Let's come back to a work session so we can give you more information and put you in a place of success so that the organization of the decision helps put you in a positive light. Rushing to a decision and forcing an issue quickly that doesn't have to be, decided, 2 weeks rarely is a problem. The pandemic sometimes, but for most issues, 2 weeks isn't going to ruin, the result. It may provide just enough information and time for us to move forward more effectively in a way where we all feel better about the decision in the end and better about each other and how we address it.
Okay, we have a follow-up question from Council President-elect Carlson.
Thank you, Allison and Sharon. I was pleased to hear you talking about how you work in partnership with different community partners and making decisions and engaging the community in important issues. So specifically related to controversial issues and how our city has worked with partners during the pandemic in some of these, the need for shared messaging and shared decision making about what we're prioritizing as a community, and including issues like the mask mandate and how we're working through construction issues during COVID downtown through DMC. These are not city specific decisions to make. They really need to be done in partnership with our players like the county and Mayo Clinic and DMC and others. Can you talk more about how you work on these controversial issues to find that common messaging and common value to put forth that united front to make sure that you're doing what's in the best interest of the community together?
Sure, and it will depend on the issue, and the pandemic maybe is a good example, since it's in front of us. I guess we're in it. It's probably not in front of us. We're right in it right now. I think it's really important to pull some meetings together, and that's something that we've been successful at where I work right now. We have a regular meeting with our key partners, and it's very focused. It's focused on the pandemic, but realistically, that means what it's focused on is how are we addressing the economy. What are the challenges that we're facing specifically in certain areas? For example, restaurant businesses that don't have great parking or great access that are takeout now need some quick answers, right, on how they can be able to be successful with a shifting business model. And if we're regularly meeting on those things with the key players and partners, you can't probably have an effective meeting with 50 people. But if we have some key representatives of the Downtown Association, Mayo Clinic, health partners that can really give us good advice from a health perspective, probably maybe someone might feel left out of that also. So maybe we might need to have the Olmsted Medical Center also represented. And then also having the key players on council who the council knows is going to be the liaison to that, right? And the council liaison to that report back their perspective, which might be slightly, maybe I missed something. Maybe they heard something differently than I did. And so I think it's very important to meet regularly on key issues. So if it wasn't the pandemic and it was, how do we keep moving forward, the heart of the city with maybe some different social nuances to it. Maybe we need to then bring in some other social service partners to say, how could the active use of this space help with the challenges that they are charged with addressing? And so I think having some of those small focused task force meetings can be really important. Shorter meetings happening more regularly on a really dynamic topic can help us understand if there's something emerging. And always reporting back what we heard to the rest of the council so that they're not surprised or don't feel they don't get a question from somebody that they can't answer, or they answer it and say, well, I didn't even know we were doing that. That's a terrible feeling, whether that's the city administrator, the mayor, or a council member. That's not a good feeling to feel like you don't know something. And even if you just know you got an email about it and you can say, yep, I know we're working on that. It's a much better position to be in than to feel like you somehow missed out and maybe are uninformed and are left out of a decision.
All right, thank you. Moving on to question number 5. Again, Allison, this is a 2-part question. First, what is your philosophy and approach to managing city finances and ensuring long-term financial health and sustainability as the city grows? Second, how do you work with the council to keep them apprised of financial impacts, receive community input, and frame policy issues affecting long-range financial health?
That was a long, multi-part question.
Do you want me to repeat that? I can repeat that if you'd like, because it is a long question. Okay. First, what is your philosophy and approach to managing city finances, ensuring long-term financial health and sustainability as the city grows? Second, how do you work with the council to keep them apprised of financial impacts, receive community input, and frame policy issues affecting long-range financial health?
Okay, thank you. I got the main points written down this time.
Okay.
So city finances to me dollars aren't the most important thing, but they're very important because it's difficult to effectively move forward unless we know we have the resources to solve a problem and solve it consistently and keep it moving forward. So my high level view, I guess, what I would say is of the city's finances is we can do anything, but we can't do everything. If we're going to do things well, we really have to prioritize and focus what we're trying to accomplish. And you've got a great start to that. You've done a lot with your strategic priorities and your foundational principles. And our budget really is the document that should be putting the dollars where our values are. It's first and foremost a value statement. It doesn't always look that way. But if we value public safety, you're probably going to see public safety as a large part of the budget, right? But then also making those connections. So framing what does public safety mean in a compassionate community? It probably looks a little bit different than in a community that doesn't have that as a foundational value. And so, public safety in Rochester, the way it would frame that is that there are aspects of the library that are absolutely connected to public safety. If someone doesn't have a place to use their time, to be informed, have access to the internet, they may not be making the best choices. Our recreation programs, our outdoor spaces are also very important. Public safety is about how public works, and parks are plowing the streets and plowing our trails. People, can't get to work, and maybe they're heavily reliant on a bicycle. So public safety isn't just keeping people safe from enforcement or from enforcement of the law or helping relationships be better and solving those types of problems, but they're also about basic safety of how you get where you're going and using amenities safely. It's a risk, right? So those are things that are important to make connections to in the budget document and how we communicate to the public so that they also are making those connections. Because part of your work that's challenging is you get a lot of information, and it's a big responsibility to be on the city council because you learn very quickly it is really complicated to actually make those foundational principles come to life, and also still care about stewardship of finances. If we could just throw dollars at things, it wouldn't necessarily be easier, but it wouldn't be as hard. It would make other things really difficult, right? It wouldn't be as easy to be a place to live for all people. And I know we have those challenges here with affordability, but there are challenges that do come up in those budget conversations. And so health of city finances is important where we can't do everything at once. Because in order to really manage our finances, which means managing people's bills, and not being the largest part of maybe what they pay for, requires us to look closely at maybe we stop doing something that isn't as valuable. That's hard to do in government. When is it time to stop doing something? And if we are stopping, is there a partner that could maybe take the place of the city? We aren't going to always be the answer. We might be a supporter of some things versus the doer of some things. It's also important, you do that once a year, but the budget it's a guideline. You've learned that more this year probably than you ever have, even in the prior recession, right? Things happen and then we have to pivot. Always, I think it's important with those foundational principles, and maybe we have to better focus our priorities of our goals as well through the year if some of those finances change. But it's important for me to be in front of you, or for our finance director to be in front of you sharing, okay, this is where we are this quarter. This is what actually happened. This is what we're seeing with our tax receipts. We're seeing maybe a lot of prepayments. What does that mean? What does it mean for our second half property tax payments? If we saw a lot of prepayment, does that mean that people are worried about being able to pay? Was the stimulus check something that played a role? What are we seeing coming forward on some of our tax evaluations based on our commercial or industrial or residential? Are we going to see more burden on residential if commercial values are starting to change a little bit? And if we have extra capacity potentially, how do we use that effectively? So I think it's very important to not just look at the budget once a year, but to come back with those quarterly updates, hopefully very relatable and digestible to the city council, so that you can also share those with your constituents, and we can share those with our partners. If we see something coming down the pike 6 months before the next budget, we might want to start meeting with our partners to say we might see some partnership dollars shifting here. Or some of our priorities might be shifting a little bit, and we want to talk to you about what that would mean for you, so they're not surprised. Surprises aren't pleasant for council, but they're also not pleasant for our partners or for staff members, right? If we can solve together, I think that's better. And then being able to take that data and frame that these are the things I think you're going to see coming before you in 6 months. Let's maybe add a little bit of time to the budget process where we're going, it's helpful for staff to say, these are the challenges that we're seeing. These are some of the strategies we think we should implement. This is kind of our 3 to 5 year forecast on what that's going to mean for our ability to move forward quickly or more slowly with things, and perhaps some of the policy items that we might want to ask you to look at and give us some feedback on whether that's an option or not. If increasing revenue is not an option, we need to know that because we're going to have to really look closely at how we can be creative about how we provide service differently. If we know that, the compassion or environmental stewardship are still going to be the top priority over something, then we need to get the service areas together to understand, okay, this is going to be a different year. Maybe public safety is taking a different amount of, budget challenge than another area, but they can rely differently on their partners in a different service area, or rely differently on their partners across the region in order to address challenges, or focus more on prevention than they're focusing on enforcement. So those are ongoing conversations that are informed partly by every council meeting and work session that you have, and being aware of what those, I need to be very engaged in those. I can't really multitask at a council meeting. I need to be listening to what you're saying for things that help inform 6 months from now and help us frame the issues in a way that honor, what I'm hearing as concerns, but also let you give feedback to say that's not actually a concern. Maybe you heard that, but I realize that what we're facing, is bigger than maybe this specific concern, and it's something that needs to be addressed in the future.
All right, thank you. We have a follow-up question from Councilmember Campion.
Yeah, and reviewing the materials, it's clear you have a background working with kind of sensitive finance issues, especially public safety. I'm interested in particular, though, if you can, you hinted at this, I think, in your answer, but this idea of strategic planning relative to the budget is something I have a lot personally invested with the city of Rochester. It's been something I've been really interested in continuing to drive. How do you, the one part of this question I think continues to kind of echo in my mind is, how do you help guide the council to meet their strategic priorities when sometimes you get in the heat of a tough decision and it can be easy to forget where you started out going? And I think you talked a lot about the budget being flexible. I agree, but it's also a document that conveys the priority. How do you help the council understand the trade-offs without impacting their ability to govern?
You actually just used a word I was going to say. It's my job to also share with you, and the staff's job to share. These are the trade-offs that you're making, right? And so that's part of framing it. Is if we're going to prioritize, say, the affordability of a tax bill, then the trade-offs are we are going to inherently we're going to need to do less, possibly, or we're going to need to take longer to accomplish something, or we're going to need to really take the next 9 months or 12 months to look with our partners and say, how could we maybe take a step back as the leader of something and really support another organization where it might be more efficient for them to actually provide the service and cost less for the city to support it. And that also is going to take some time on my part to work with staff, because that can be hard for staff to feel like, well, are we doing something wrong that maybe we aren't going to provide this anymore? No, it's not that we're doing something wrong, but we're trying to be as effective as possible to meet all of the needs of the community. And sometimes that might mean that we're not the leader, we're the supporter. And so it's very important to me, and it's a blessing, again, the balance of life is a blessing and a curse. I think it's important in every document that you get that's about finances to have history. And I'm not talking about the last 10 years of dollars and cents, right? We can do that in one page probably to give you a picture of how we've grown or how different expenses and revenues have grown over the past. But what are the major drivers of the budget? You know, how much control do we even have over some of these revenue sources? We don't have total control over what the state does. We know they have their own challenges and in the ease of their decision making may choose to reduce the local government aid that we get. So what are the things we have less control over? What are the things we have more control over? And what are the things that are really strictly policy items that the city council, you know, could be tackling? And how do those, you know, what are the pros and cons, say, with maybe adjusting a water utility rate versus a small increase on the total tax base? You know, when we're talking about being compassionate, if it's easy to say we're going to keep a flat tax rate, right? It's an easy communication item. It's a little bit more complicated to say, well, if everyone took a very small, you know, $2 on the average home increase in property tax rate, we could actually make it easier for everyone to afford to live here because your utility bill is a regressive tax. You need to be able to have water and wastewater and lights on in your home, whether you're in a $50,000 spot or a $700,000 spot, right? But you probably, if you can afford a $50,000 home or you're renting, a $50, you know, electric bill versus the $70 electric bill is a big deal. So you need to have that information regularly, and also you need that so that you can point to it as you're thinking your process, right? When you're processing information and sharing back with the council, so you can flip back to that page and point to it and say, you know, we're talking about this, and I feel like we're getting in a rabbit hole here on this idea. But when we come back to our foundational principle and what we know about this revenue source or this expenditure and this project and this program is the people that use this, you know, it's important to them, but they can afford it. They could afford a little bit more, right? They already pay for it. Perhaps the people that we're trying to target with these other broader park programs, these are free. These are things that anyone can use. These are important to our broad community. And while we may not have as specific of data, because maybe we don't collect a fee for it, those are things that are important to me that we prioritize. So having those historic some of the history and the framework of that in each document, even though it might mean you get a 100-page PowerPoint and we gloss over the first 20 pages, is really important to set the foundation for, you know, there is a balance. You know, we cannot do everything.
That hit it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, we are ready for question 6. We have just under an hour for the next 5 questions and opportunities to ask any questions that have not been scripted. So just to give everyone a time check. Here is question 6. Provide an example of when you effectively listened and learned from the perspectives and concerns shared by others regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion in your city organization and community. What actions were taken? How did you act? How did you respond?
Sure. Everyone's been, this is something that we've been working on for a long time in the city of Mankato, which, you know, we're very fortunate that, I don't know that we're not as far ahead of the curve as some places, but we're not behind, right? And it's important, I think, foundationally to really build relationships and have key relationships at the forefront and do that in order that we have key partners in the community at the table when we're having a conversation about equity and inclusion. And we've done that in a couple of ways in Mankato. One, I'll give a brief example of how for accessibility, we partner very heavily with a group called Smiles, and they are a group that represents and provides services to individuals that have mobility challenges. So rather than just using the ADA guidelines, which are important, they're important for regulation to make sure that we actually have accessibility in place and tools to make sure that it happens if it isn't. But not all ADA guidelines actually work for people with mobility challenges. And not every mobility challenge is the same. So if you have a visual impairment or a hearing impairment, you may not, the average person may not think you have a mobility challenge because maybe you don't use an assistive device to walk or to access sidewalks, but not being able to see the curb very well is a challenge. If a mobility challenge, if you have that challenge. And so we actually obviously build our projects to scope. But before we're done with the project, we invite folks to utilize the facility to see, okay, how does this really work? And we found a lot of, it would be great if you could find out ahead of the game, but it's really hard to do that with a specific, especially with like a building, right? How do these, hey, thanks for putting in the handicap accessible bathroom. I can't actually open and close the door that is supposedly going to be handicap accessible. It needs to be slightly different for me. And so we've been able to put modifications in that actually meet the needs of people. We can't always do that, right? If it's a much older building, that can be a challenge, and maybe we can have some retrofits and they're probably not perfect, but it's something that we know we're going to have to build in the future whenever we're replacing something. And it's just important to have those conversations, I think, one-on-one. It's really important to have them in person. That's a challenge right now. So people can use the facility. The other thing that we've been focused on very heavily in Mankato is equity. And we lead with racial equity in Mankato because it's the thing that people are least comfortable talking about. It is not a comfortable conversation to talk about, which is why we rarely talk about it, because we don't want to make mistakes. We don't want to accidentally offend someone. We don't want to sound wrong. But if we don't have the conversation, we can never really move forward and get closer together to understand what our needs are. So what I've found and what we've done is we got a lot of calls after the George Floyd tragedy in Minneapolis, in Mankato, from our partners and from individuals in the community. And what I would say is the first thing with that is it's a great responsibility and I think an honor that they were willing to call us, right? So the fact that someone was even willing to call to share their concern says we're on the right track. What we did actually is take those folks who we were able to have conversations with, who primarily were Black, Indigenous, people of color, and create a steering committee of those specific voices that are rarely heard in a decision, to create a listening process that just took place in November, specifically with public safety in mind. And we brought our partners from the county on board. They were very open to coming with us on that journey, and with the Diversity Council, and even with a fairly political group that was doing their own listenings, and just listened to what challenges were and let that information guide what our priorities were going to be. So those are things where, as much as we have a lot of information as city, administrators and subject matter experts, I'm not sure I see any of us on the call that would have a lot of experience living life as a very diverse population, right? You may have aspects of diversity, but I don't know what it's like to live life as a Black person. I can hear what someone says, but I can't really ever fully appreciate that other than through their experience. And so it's important, what I found as important is that outreach individually to individuals and hearing those individual responses and just listening to them, because if I try to relate to them, it sort of negates the experience of that person. It's a natural thing to try to relate and say, oh, we have so much in common, right? But that can be very detrimental to that relationship up front. And I've been guilty of that before. And I learned that through a conversation where I realized after the fact, I really did feel like I had a lot to relate to this person, but from their lens of living as a Black woman in rural Minnesota, I just have to honor that it's very different and see how I can make decisions differently knowing that. So it's very personal. I think organizations are great and they're easy if we can have those relationships with organizations, but there's a component of direct outreach and reach out to individuals that's also very important if we're going to get broad feedback and have a broad impact on equity and inclusion, because organizations, just like the city, are inherently a system. and don't always represent the individual experiences of people that maybe benefit from having those organizations, but have different individual challenges that we need to address.
Thank you, Allison. And we have 2 follow-up questions. We'll take the first question from Councilmember Wojcik, and then we will go to Council President-elect Carlson. Your mute is on.
Thank you for the answers on equity. And I wanted to drill down a little bit in terms of one of the examples that you brought up was the property taxes versus fee discussion, which is something that I think every level of local government deals with some. And how do you, when you analyze something like that, what kind of steps as a leader would you take to allow property taxes to be used to support affordability in some areas, but prevent it from being abused where you'd now be using property taxes to, for example, subsidize the creation of luxury housing? Once you start crossing that barrier of shifting taxes and fees and customer charges, how do we, with equity as a focus, how do you make sure we maintain that equity?
Well, and I think that's part of framing the discussion, right? So realistically, if we're increasing a property tax, as much as we may say we're going to use it specifically, it's a pretty broad dollar, and that's going to require staff to be key in explaining to you where does the total property tax dollar go, and how do those programs, maybe it's programs, maybe we target it towards programs, and it's important for us to be able to have clarity in the budget, and I've seen, revenue crosswalks were used fairly effectively to show this is the percentage of revenue that's going here. But those are hard. They're not necessarily black and white answers, right? Sometimes being able to address a tax increment or a tax abatement in an area is going to create future dollars coming to the budget that will be able to be distributed citywide. So it's important for us to not only look at the tax rate, but the way that tax works for its future growth and its ability to provide service to the community is also important. So we're going to have to work very hard as a staff to give you that type of information that helps you understand. If we're asking you to make a decision about a development project, for example, that maybe we think if we can show you in a long-range financial plan that if this is the current value of this property, let's just say it's $10,000 a year, it's undeveloped, and great, we have $10,000 a year, but fully developed, it's going to bring in, maybe it's upwards of $150,000, $200,000 a year. If we have an effective abatement or other incentive for that, or we're providing some amount of city infrastructure, we just need to be able to show you that this is what's going to come back over time. And we think this is a reasonable amount of time. And maybe up front, we're saying we're going to target the increase or a portion of this increase once we're actually able to see it come in value to our budget. For the expansion of a specific type of programming, whether that is affordable housing, or whether that is affordable programming, or whether that's expansion of park assets in a neighborhood that has some income challenges. So I think kind of goes back to Nick's comment about how do you show and frame information? We always have to come back to why are we doing this, right? It may be that we're not going to receive the dollars now, but in order to grow from $10,000 to $200,000 a year of tax revenue, we need to not receive that for 5 or 10 years. And then we're going to be able to build that into our longer range plan of how we are actually able to sustain the programming. It's not a simple answer or a simple question, but those are things we're going to have to work through together.
Okay. And now let's go to Council President-elect Carlson.
Thank you. One of the things we did here in our community in response to the killing of George Floyd was bring together a whole number of organizations and develop something called the Commitment to Action Towards Racial Justice. Many community partners, over 70, signed on, including Mayo Clinic, our local universities, DMC, the Chamber of Commerce, many nonprofits, and the city. And Steve Reimer signed on to that commitment. At this point, we're building a set of tools and resources and accountability measures to guide the organizations that have signed on to that process. So I'd like to hear you talk a little bit more about how beyond the listening and learning, which is critical, of course, but how you use that, what you've learned in that process, to apply that equity lens to making decisions across the organization in every area, including housing, which you just talked a little bit about.
Sure, and those are things that we've been working on at the City of Mankato also, but I think we've seen it shift a little bit in the priority of public safety and transparency. So what we heard a lot in those listenings was transparency is really important to people. It's not so much different decisions or, it's not clearly a one solution. So we prioritize transparency, and we're focusing our resources towards updating that section of, and it's not the only way we'll do this, but the website for the public safety in Mankato. It's a public safety department. Police and fire are joint to a degree. And so we are going to be putting out, we've got tools in place that we'll be putting out. It's called Guardian. So people can search if there are complaints against an officer, they'll be able to get online and see that, or get resources, and we can sit with them and help them do that. If people don't, we will be putting out our police policies. We have those, we just haven't put them online. There are some things that have to be redacted or explained because I don't even understand some of the jargon in it, right? But putting that out on our website so people just have direct access to it. So the prioritization based on the listing is important. The other thing that we're doing as an organization is we do have what we call the REAL team, race, equity, and leadership. And it's individuals from across the organization. It's a smaller organization, so we don't have a full-time person that's working on this. And I think it's wonderful that the City of Rochester is hiring on a high-level employee that is appropriately paid for equity and inclusion, and to have that person help us to prioritize and create systems. Results-based accountability is a really good tool to use that, and asking that why 7 times. Well, why would this be? And really digging down to what is the real issue here? Is it that we need this, we need to change our policy, or should we not even have that policy at all? And so I think it's very important to kind of use that old adage, and I know there's a lot of momentum right now and a lot of passion, and so we want to keep the passion and momentum moving. But I think this is one where slow is smooth and smooth is fast. If we put Band-Aids on this, that's kind of what we've done for a long time with equity. We need to be very intentional about what we're actually solving for and make sure it's a real issue, and not just we're putting a Band-Aid on or we're implementing a tool that doesn't actually improve actual equity and inclusion for minority populations or underrepresented, marginalized populations.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
All right. Thank you. Moving on
And
to question.
Just very quickly, I will just add that the results-based accountability framework is the framework we're using for the metrics and measurement for the commitment to action. So good to hear that.
Thank you.
Very good. Moving on to question 7, Allison. City administrators rarely please everyone all the time. Tell us about a recent situation where you demonstrated courage and conviction. What was the outcome? And in hindsight, would you do anything differently?
Sure. I'm trying to think of something recent that sort of overshadows some of the prior things that are coming to mind. And I'm a person that I do think courage and conviction are really important. If you can't be an effective city administrator, if you're always going to please people all of the time, you shouldn't go into it assuming you're going to anger people all of the time, because you're probably not going to last for very long. But it really is important to share information and say, I don't think this is a good idea. Here's why. A recent example of that would be, I guess, last year's budget. It's a small example, but we were very close to the end of the budget process, and we had a lot of, it wasn't nearly as difficult of a budget as this year. but the city council, had seen everything. We'd gone through our whole process, and we were in our final meeting before they were going to be adopting the budget. And a council member, and this isn't uncommon, raised a concern, and the tax levy statements had just come out, the notices had just come out and said, well, this person's taxes are going up. Well, having a flat levy or a flat rate doesn't always mean that your taxes don't go up, right? It depends on what the valuation of your property is, and maybe you made an improvement, and how many houses sold around you, or was there a shift maybe from residential to commercial or vice versa, as far as how the levy is applied. But we've made a lot of changes to the budget, and I'm not hearing anyone on the city council. City council didn't specifically say we don't want to talk about this, but they said things that sounded like we don't want to talk about this, right? And so as the city, I was acting city manager in that meeting. I said, I'm not really hearing that anybody wants us to talk about this more. So unless somebody says something, we're not probably going to talk about that at the next meeting. And I'm going to move forward assuming that our budget is pretty stable, other than this one question that you have. And when you see me back on, I think it was December 6th, for the public budget hearing, I'm expecting that it's going to move forward as is, unless something earth-shattering comes forward at that meeting and we need to change and add a week to our schedule. And so that's not, the kind of courage that maybe I portrayed to be able to work in another community where we had a very tragic situation, and we moved forward and said, we can't just give these pension benefits to a member who wasn't eligible. As terrible as I can tell you, the next 9 months are going to be talking about this. You have huge financial implications if you say yes to it. You have huge legal implications if you say yes to it, and we're creating drastic legal implications and financial implications for every other entity that's a member of this pension. If we say yes to this, the courts might make us say yes, but we should probably not be the people that say yes. And it's going to be messy, and it's not going to feel good. And I'm happy to stand out in front of the media every day and talk to them about it, and you don't have to. So those are, I'm a person of courage and conviction, and not to fall on my sword per se. But part of my job is to make sure that if it's going to be one that is pretty pervasive, and the council's taken a strong stance on it, and that's what we're going to do moving forward, I'm happy to be the person that says that to the media. There's nothing wrong with taking a strong stance on something. And then frankly, there's also nothing wrong if we hear that we need to shift and that changes, and the city council changes their decision to say, well, here's why the decision was made. And here's the reasons that now we're going to kind of tweak it a little bit and move forward. That's not a failure. That is our ability to respond and be a community, and to react and change things if things change. Things have changed for a long time in Rochester, and they're probably not just going to stay stagnant in the future. But our job is to take those and have the hard conversation and the conflict and the dialogue, and come to some sort of resolution and move it forward.
All right, any follow-up questions? All right, Sharon, I think it's yours.
Yeah, okay. This is question number 8, and it is a 2-part question. So first, what is your approach to articulating an organization's vision, mission, and values? And second, how do you implement the strategic plan, making sure it is relevant for the city council and for the community's evolving understanding of the city's strategic direction?
Sure, and I think there are a lot of tactics that come into play with this, right? Tools, tactics, and we have to have our champions too. So for me, it's really important, and I was very glad to see that some of this work has started. Part of that is really being specific in what our values are. And so the organizational values here of being a high-performing organization, and we're one city, seeing that new branding come out for Rochester, Forward Together, I think is essential. And we're going to need to be very intentional about taking that, which is such a simple message, right? And how do we carry that through all of the rest of our messages? And how do we kind of take that to heart when we are making decisions or delivering hard information or even delivering exciting information, to make sure that it becomes a part of the fabric of how we talk, have that collective language. I talked earlier about how we say the same thing sometimes in a different way and it doesn't resonate. It's really important to have that collective language that's really relatable to people. So maybe even taking what I've seen be valuable and what we've done in Mankato is take what are pretty aspirational values, but how do we operationalize those? What does it mean to a parks tech to move forward together? What does it mean to have compassion? You know, does it mean, you know, how I'm trimming trees? How am I going to live that foundational principle of compassion when it seems like my job is so unrelated to that? Well, because if people can use the facilities and you know we have thriving environment, then you're actually contributing to that because people are able to feel safe and good there. So it just has to be part of everything we do. And I think that Rochester is very much on the right track. Your budget in brief, the video of that, we could do that in some podcasts. You know, it's a way to have fun and show that we're people. We're human beings and we care about the community. We're not just doers. We're not just, you know, we don't turn crank widgets here. We're doers that are compassionate and care about the community. And it's really important to do that through your communication strategy, your specific communication strategy, but your more organic communication strategy of how we treat each other and how the behaviors that we exhibit that support that, right? So I can say I'm compassionate, but what are the behaviors that people see that show people that that's true? If my behaviors and what people see in me aren't that way, then it doesn't matter that I feel like that's a value if people aren't seeing it. And then implementing, and so that needs to be in the budget document. It needs to be in the photography and the video stock that we have of the community. It needs to reflect those things. And then implementing a strategic plan and keeping it relevant. Those tools are also very important for that. Keeping it in front of the community and our partners. Keeping that in front of you on your council items. You know, how does this item that we're making a decision on today relate to the strategic plan? Maybe it doesn't seem like it's related, but it is. So staff plays a key role in making sure that they understand and that they keep at the forefront that the decisions that you make on a Monday by Monday basis, that you understand how they connect together and the community understands that in that documentation. And I think it's also very important to do some surveying and try to keep that fairly regular to see if we're moving ahead and maybe we're seeing improvement or at least staying the same. You know, we're staying with high marks in certain things to see what is changing in the community. You know, maybe there's some shifting feelings about what's important. So that can be really important to do on a community-wide level, but also with our partners and some of those, strategic task meetings that we might have to understand if things are shifting quickly or if people see something different on the horizon.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Linda?
All right, moving on to question number 9. Again, a 2-part question, Allison. What role have you played in creating or participating in a public-private partnership or a partnership with the county or the school district? And then how did you balance the shared values and priority areas of your organization with those of your partners?
I am so fortunate where I worked out that we have excellent partnerships with the county, and we do have a different culture. So, I mean, it's not as if we're a symbiotic relationship where one person would look at us and think we were the same animal, right? We're in the zoo together, but we're not exactly the same animal. So the city of Mankato really thrives a lot on partnership. We don't have a city attorney, for example, and this wouldn't work everywhere, and it's not for all times. We actually have a partnership with Blue Earth County to provide that service and for all of the prosecution services. In the past, the city of Mankato provided human resources services to Blue Earth County. A little more challenging because that organizational culture being fairly different, that changes things a little bit. And the city also provides communication services to the school district. And we actually share a building with the school administration in the intergovernmental center. So I think the most important thing is we have one-to-one relationships from those leadership roles. We have joint meetings on high-level topics. So we'll have a joint school board city council meeting. We're starting to do those once a year on high-level topics because staff works very closely together on things, but it's also important for elected officials to kind of have that contact and understand how maybe a school facility plan, how the city might need to play a role. In some of that, if we have land that could be activated or partnerships that we could pull on. We also do that with Blue Earth County. We have those meetings actually monthly. There's a liaison group from the city council and from Blue Earth County's elected officials, and the city there, the city manager and county administrator also play a role. And depending on the topics that are set on the agenda, there will be staff members there to kind of talk through. So we talk through transportation items quite commonly. Maybe there's a development coming where we think there may be some tax abatement that we might want to ask the county to support us on. And so that's very important. And I think those public-private partnerships can be essential. We also rely very heavily on we lean heavily and rely heavily on our social service partners to be able to inform work, because at least in Mankato, we're a little smaller and we don't have we have as much need, but maybe not the same ability to tackle the challenge the same way. For example, on that racial equity, to give us feedback and to play a very key role in providing services to the community. And a very specific public-private partnership that I was part of in a former community was a partnership for education on guidance and proper management of unregulated sober living homes. So that was one that didn't exist before I became a part of it, and I was the city's lobbyist, so I became very familiar with some of the laws surrounding that. If you aren't aware, folks that are actively in recovery are a protected class. So if you aren't actually using, it is considered a disability, and we have to be very cautious about restricting where people can live as a family unit. Maybe a non-traditional family unit for most, but as a family unit. And so, but also providing the kind of resources that are necessary for individuals who are vulnerable to be safe. And so what we found is that there were home managers who were very soon off of their recovery, maybe 30 to 45 days, younger, maybe didn't have the skill set to be able to manage conflict and address challenges with, maybe a group of 20 and 25-year-olds living together in a family unit. And they needed de-escalation techniques. They needed help. So we brought together the community college, it's called Treehouse Living, and they do some sober living work at university campuses. And our sober living home community and the city provided some seed funding for that to be able to create a training and a licensing program where people could get licensed so that they could show the license and their neighbors could feel better about it and they knew who their contact was, but so they actually had the resources they needed to do effective work and to be safe and to help people be successful in their recovery, even though it was an unregulated facility. So that was one that was a start to finish where we provided resources and help to people. The city was not the sole funder. We started it off and then it kind of took on a life of its own to be able to be a supportive program that helped that challenge that the community was facing.
Okay, Allison, we have one follow-up from Council Member Bilderbach.
Thank you, Allison. I'm curious, you have two major universities in Mankato. Can you talk, especially Bethany, can you talk about any kind of public-private partnership relationship with them?
Sure. We are blessed to have those partners at the university and at Bethany. And the university's been a very important partner on diversity, equity, and inclusion. They have some great resources to be able to provide to the city, and they're doing our survey work for us for some of that. But we do have a day-to-day partnership with Bethany College. The city of Mankato and North Mankato collaborate, and we've brought the school district into this now as well. For television services. So we've built out a studio. We did the capital investment to build out the technology in a studio that they have. And then they actually run that, and as part of their education program, for folks that are focusing on it. And the city's able to utilize up to, I don't remember the number of hours, but we have a pretty high level of number of hours. And as long as the video production goes on to our public access channels, it's actually free of charge. And so we use our cable franchise fees to fund the operation of it. And we actually have a very robust video, and we now have podcasts that we do there as well, to be able to create all of our programming. And we utilize it obviously in aspects of it on social media and in different formats that aren't hosted on our public access channel. But that's been a great partnership for them and for the city, and also the city of North Mankato, that we hope to see grow. And we're looking at whether or not Blue Earth County might be a partner in that as well in the future, so that we can use our assets wisely.
Okay.
Great. Well, we are at question 10. And we have 25 minutes remaining, so there will be some time for dialogue following this. So question number 10, Allison, if you are the successful candidate, what would your first 90 days on the job look like? What would be your top priority?
Well, in the time of COVID, it's a little different, I think. I'll tell you what my ideal first 90 days are. And obviously it's going to include, I'm going to need some help on how we do this safely and effectively. I think it's going to be really important for me to be here. You can't really fully understand a community if you don't live there. It's difficult to understand, what does peak traffic mean in a certain area of town at a certain time of day? In real life, if you don't drive there and live there, if you're not sitting in 5 minutes of traffic, it's hard to understand why somebody might be so frustrated with it. And so I need to be here. I think it's important for me to absolutely very quickly get on all of your calendars. And frankly, it would be helpful to me also to meet with the council members that are going to be off of council, because you have a lot of information, history, maybe you might think of it as baggage, for what you've handled over the last 10 and 12 years, to help give me some context of what you've seen in your ward or what you've seen in some of these policy items. Doesn't mean that that's going to be how I address things in the future, but context is really important. What worked in Mankato isn't necessarily going to work in Rochester. How things are addressed in Boston aren't necessarily going to work in southern Minnesota. The laws aren't even exactly the same. So that's really important for me to get a lot of context from you. I'm going to want to be on your calendars fairly regularly, and maybe we can go on a tour of your ward and get an understanding of the things you heard about when you were campaigning or just living where you live, and see things that are kind of on your radar for things that might need to be addressed. And those might be things that we can work on at a staff level quickly, that are, it could be in our, we need to send somebody out and address. Maybe there's a clogged drain and we need to get on it. I would like to set up some regular meetings that work on your calendar so we can keep that feedback loop. It's going to be very important for me at the same time to be doing all of those same things with staff, and not just the leadership team, but also get out there and get around to the other 900 people that work for the city of Rochester, so they know who I am and they can relate to what does it mean to work for the city of Rochester when Allison is here? And I really view it as joining something, right? Yes, the city administrator is the leader, the chief administrative officer of the city, but the reality of how Rochester's values work, I'm joining something and then finding how I can best utilize my skills to help you succeed even more. I'm not coming here to change Rochester. I'm coming here to make Rochester even more of what it wants to be. And so it's a learning process for me on what that is, and me figuring out exactly and hone in on what are my greatest skill sets that I can bring to the table. Boots on the ground versus boots in your website, and the understanding I have right now of what might be needed, and getting those constant feedback loops. I'd love, if you're volunteer for a nonprofit organization, or you have strong connections to some of our service partners, it would be helpful to me to go with you to meet some of the key people, so that it's not just kind of me going around having conversations, but you can help frame that conversation too, and give me some tips and help be part of the dialogue so that it doesn't take as long for me to get up to speed, because I'm also learning about you at the same time. And I'm going to need to kind of get in the mix on whatever boards and committees that is expected, and maybe some of those shift a little bit, to understand how I can be a key player in helping to have the information flow effectively, so the city council stays up to speed, and so staff also have the type of information they need to know that something's on the horizon or they need to be preparing. So it's kind of a fire hose, turn on the fire hose and go kind of situation. You can plan all you want, but just if something changes that day and you invite me and I can shift another meeting, I should probably go to it, because those opportunities aren't always something you could plan on a calendar. And hopefully, maybe we'll have a great winter and I'll be able to get out. Maybe I'll learn to cross country ski or snowshoe with you. I'm a hardy person. I'm okay being out in the cold as long as I'm moving. And so those are those are opportunities to invite me to some of your ward meetings, so I can meet people where you are as well. And we can get some iterative value out of your learning, and I can actually build some of those relationships also. So the first 90 days are going to be really busy. I'm going to probably not be in my office a lot, wherever, home office or work office, but I'm going to need to be very visible and present and kind of drinking from the fire hose so I can become Rochester.
Thank you so much. We have 2 follow-up questions. We'll hear first from Councilmember Keene, and then we'll go to Council President-elect Carlson.
Hi, Allison, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. I had a little techie problem here, but hey, this is less of a question, more of, I'll make a statement, see if you could add to it. Back when we used to get together with people, I think it was probably January of this year, at a Chamber of Commerce social, I had someone telling me that we really need to study how things work in Mankato in terms of, I think it was EDA, I'm not exactly sure, a more diverse economy. I wonder now after, I can see from your answers here, you've done a little study of our community. Are there things that you would look at and say, gosh, there are some things in Mankato that I'd really like to try or do something? Or is there anything you'd have to add or offer? And I'll just listen to your comments.
Thank you. And, I feel very fortunate to work for the city of Mankato. We like to often call ourselves Rochester Light. Less filling tastes great in Mankato, certainly not Sioux Falls East. That is our less favorite nickname. But I think we do view ourselves that way, right? We're a little bit smaller, but I think we have that same value of innovation and compassion and working together and partnerships and service and community first and people first. So something I think maybe would have been based on what we hear in Mankato, and I think you're well on your way. We do hear sometimes from commercial builders that, gosh, it's a lot easier to work in Mankato. And I don't know exactly where that comes from. And I think that part of that is that we have a very long-term staff that's very closely integrated. We've been working on high performance organization and sort of integrated organization for probably 5 to 7 years in Mankato. And so we have some really good processes that get developers in on the front line. And we're really a culture of problem solvers to help people get to yes, right? Our code and our zoning ordinance, they're guidelines, and there's a spirit of them. And if we meet the spirit of them and we help, or partner with a developer or someone to help them understand, well, this is why this is in place. Here's some ideas that you could go and look at and come back to us. But we get you in that pipeline early and we build a relationship, or even maybe we have the relationship with a landowner or a broker. So we know, hey, somebody came and talked to us about building some apartments and they want it to be maybe 1 bedrooms and it would really fulfill a need. And it seems like maybe it would fit on this slot of land. We get those people together. We give a phone number, we give a call. It's really relationship based. And so that might be something you heard that I think is going to be essential and is probably part of why you have that community services and infrastructure services change happening. And I think that's really important that we keep working on how we build things here as a city and or with our private partners is really important. and how we can continue to be a great community. The Greater Mankato growth might also be something that you heard of, and that is a partnership that kind of brings together visitation, downtown, and economic development, and they're really sort of our marketing arm. So similar to how it works, and it's not a perfect relationship. Hopefully it looks great from the outside. But it is actually somewhat similar to at least how it appears things work here. And again, all of those things are about relationships, and being able to have frank conversations is really important in relationships. It doesn't always feel good at the beginning, but if we can't have those frank conversations to say, you know, the city council would like to support this, but we have a process. And if you charge ahead saying we're going to do it, it puts us in a little bit of an awkward position because we didn't say yes yet. And so being able to, for me to play a role in having those conversations to say, hey, no, this is coming. I really think we need to take it to council first. Or why don't you come to a work session and share the idea so they're not left flat-footed or feeling like they're not going to be part of shaping this. Is going to be important. And that's, I think what works well in Mankato is that we do have very close relationships, but very frank relationships that help processes move forward in a way where the people who have the hard job of being elected officials get to do the hard job of being elected officials in a way where others aren't putting them in a situation where it's hard, you know, they're perceived as maybe being a roadblock, when in reality a process maybe didn't go as well as it could have to help you be part of something in a way that's positive versus you're maybe coming in later than you should.
Okay, thanks.
Now to Council President-elect Carlson.
I'll withdraw my question because I want to be sure Allison has enough time for hers.
Okay. Well, we have about 15 minutes left. I'm not sure how many questions you have of the council, Allison, but maybe this is a good time to give you that opportunity and make sure you get your questions answered.
Sure. Well, I guess you've heard a lot from me. I tried to be succinct, but I don't interview very often. I talk about the city, right? If you ask me anything about Mankato, I could tell you about it, or anywhere I've worked probably. But it's not something, we don't talk about ourselves that often in local government. We talk about the city, our organization, the people that we work with. So I guess what I'm curious from you is, what are you most interested in as like a key skill or something that the next city administrator could help you with as a city council, whether you're coming in new and you're concerned about knowing about how something works, or whether you've been on for a while and you want and you have things that are burning on your mind that you've been hoping for a long time.
Okay, we have Councilmember Campion.
So I would say the skill set and the skill in particular that I'm evaluating and trying to make sure that we are bolstering is our organizational development and our people development. We have a lot of great new teammates that have joined this organization. We have a new council that's coming on board, and we have a lot of new opportunities and new challenges that come with that. And I think it's incredibly important that we weigh very heavily on the sort of leadership that can elevate people around them, and that we can work to focus on building the roster of talented people that we have already within the city. I just think we have great people, and I'm really looking for a candidate that can help elevate those people that'll be around them to the next level. And I think that's a really key aspect of this kind of process for me.
Thank you.
Mayor Norton.
Trying to get my hand down there. Thank you. From a mayor's perspective, we've been doing, I was able to bring in the Harvard Bloomberg team as part of the City Leadership Institute or initiative that I was involved in, and we did some training. I would love, I know you have a strong background reading your resume in some different types of training from different institutions. And so I'm hoping you can help, you would be willing to help bring the work that we've been doing over the last year and a half through the Harvard Bloomberg on partnerships, and particularly on the use of data. We have resources in this community, but we're not always able to capitalize on them as well as we should because of a lack of the strong partnerships that we need, and also the use of data. So not only do we make the right choices, but after we make those choices, we're measuring so we know if we're working in that direction. And I can just tell you several of our staff and community members have been trained this past year. And so I'm hoping there would be a way that you could see yourself melding into that. I doubt it's terribly different than training that you've been through, but you know, I have that data, and all of us do, that we would be happy to share, and that the workbooks to help bring everybody together with a common understanding.
Great, thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, Allison, I'll just add to that when I'm watching, especially the amount of change in terms of the city staff, there is a younger staff, and I'm taking like a 3-4 year view that idea of that change management, and I'll call it problem management, but I would more specifically, I'm watching for crisis management capabilities, because I think, you know, these sort of jobs, a lot of them can be done on the normal rate and pace. But when you get into something like we landed in with the, you know, the COVID stuff earlier this year, or the George Floyd stuff, I'm really watching for that steady hand, that sort of like calm in the storm.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Councilmember Bilderbach.
Thank you, Allison. I'm looking, and I'm going out, so I'm guessing it doesn't matter what I'm looking, but the city is continuing to grow, and we need to continue to look at new options and new ideas for the city. And I look at the city administrator as being the person who kind of collects those, flushes some of them out, throw out the ones that don't work, but also look at how do we make some of those work. And some of the things that we've done this last year, we had done for quite some time, looking at federal grants and some of our activities in DC. And then earlier we talked about public-private partnership. In Rochester, we have over 300, close to 400 nonprofits, but trying to bring some of these groups together, 500? Okay, so it grows daily. But the fact is, we need to find ways to bring some of these groups together, because we could accomplish so much more than we are now. But we really need somebody who can help us weed out the garden, per se, and figure out direction and how we continue to grow. And we can't live within the box. We've got to knock down those barricades and continue to move. But it's a big job. You're juggling multiple plates and trying to get groups that have some boundaries that have been set up, and the difficulty of knocking those down. But that's what I look at the city administrator as.
Next, we'll go to Councilmember Wojcik.
Thank you. Again, I'm one of those folks on their way out too, so I just get to sit in the back and throw popcorn at the screen, so I'll be fine either way. But one thing I would say that, and you've probably seen this in Mankato, because it's kind of a nationwide phenomenon, and that is the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is seems to be finding its way into local politics, where you'll come in and potentially inherit an incredibly talented, technically talented staff. But when you get into these public meetings, sometimes, you know, the dedicated work of your talented staff is put up against the guy who just watched a YouTube video. And that can be a very difficult thing to manage within a public meeting. So I think certainly as some of these points of conflict potentially come up, being able to steer folks back to the area where the technical and the data actually lie. Case in point, what we're seeing with COVID, the number of people who in absolute denial of where the science lies, and policies like masking, it's made life very difficult for elected officials across the country. And I certainly think that ability to come in and make sure that you steer the conversation back to where the actual science and where the actual technical experts are part of the team are at, so that they can make real decisions influenced by data and not necessarily hysteria from the latest YouTube video.
Thank you.
And now we'll go to Council President elect Carlson.
Sure. Well, those who know me well will not be surprised that I'm seconding several of my colleagues' comments here, that I live and breathe collaboration and truly believe there is no way forward but together. And we have a different context here in Rochester than you've experienced in Mankato, and some bumpier relationships with some of our main partners in some areas, and some wonderful examples of collaboration to build on. So of course, I'm looking for that willingness to find that shared value, find those shared outcomes for the people that we're collectively serving, and be willing to have hard conversations and disagree, but knowing that we do care about the same people that live in our community and that we can work better together. So thanks for giving a couple examples of that. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Council Member-elect Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Hi, Allison. What I'm trying to bring to the table, and what is foremost in my mind as I step up to the plate to take on a new council member role, is clearly sustainability. And I'm not talking about just sustainability from a tree hugger platform, but we have in our city really, really disparate economic levels. We have some very, very impoverished folks, and we have some of the highest paid CEOs in the state, having the largest employer in the state, Mayo Clinic. Our geography, our geology is very, very different than Mankato. We're at the edge of the driftless zone. So anything that happens on the surface of our ground is transferred directly underground much more quickly than it would be, of course, in Mankato along the Minnesota River. So I want to see our economy thrive. I want to see people have equal access to economic prosperity in our community. I want the prolific building that we will be undergoing in the next 10 years for the influx of people coming to the Mayo Clinic as employees. I want that building to be sound. I want it to be sustainable. I want it to have renewable energy capacity and smart building capacity, as you stated at the beginning, so that we can go ahead and have environmental prosperity. And then, of course, also, I want the people. I want the people to be able to thrive. We don't have enough housing for many. We have, like I said, extreme poverty. So to me, it is that true sustainability triad that I bring forward in just about everything that I do. So that's what I'm looking for in a candidate. And I really appreciate your time and listening to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Council Member-elect Dennis.
Thank you, Allison, for your time. And I second everything everyone has said. I think all those would be wonderful qualities. I loved what you said about the sober living homes, your work there. And I think mental health is a huge issue that COVID's going to kill people, not just because of the virus, but because of substance abuse and mental health. So I would love to see, just someone who recognizes neurodiversity and really connects people and sees that everything is connected, that affordable housing is connected to the environment, connected to just access. And so that's really what I have a passion, is to see someone who sees a connection and promotes and supports that. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, we are nearly at our closing time. So what I'd like to do to wrap this up, I'd like to see if Allison has a closing comment, and then we will go to Council President Staver for final comments.
Sure, and I thank you so much for sharing what is important to you. It will help me with my share with you why I feel like I am such a good fit for this position. And what I'll say to start off with is I had the joy of meeting with your leadership team yesterday, and they are great people. They made me feel incredibly welcome, as have you, on online meeting with people who don't know me. It's very clear that you are absolutely moving in the right direction. And what I love about local government is people. And the people that work for the city are essential to being able to provide a great place for residents to live and businesses to thrive. One of the things I love the most about my work is organizational culture and making sure that people thrive. I've had great success in Mankato filling positions from within by people who maybe didn't quite feel ready, but I can be a great support to them in making sure they know, well, we wouldn't be putting you kind of here unless we saw a lot of potential, and you don't have to be there yet. Nobody gets there till they're there. You don't become the CEO by starting as the CEO. You become the CEO because you learn things and you become capable, and maybe somebody sees something in you and they help you get there. Training and data measurement is something that I think is essential, and I actually think that it's great that the city is doing that. There are a lot of different things that we can use, and we probably need to use more than one. I did see that you've at least gone through those insights, and maybe it was clear in the interview, but my insights are input, relator, strategic, analytical, self-assurance. So that's kind of what I bring to the table as far as from that perspective. And I am probably calmer in a crisis than the average bear. I don't know why, but I'm that person that can just sort of, it stops and I start seeing it. And I've had the blessing and the curse of being in a very significant leadership role in what most cities probably would say. I don't know how we got through it. And you get through it by just saying we're going to. And you don't care how many hours a day that you work, but you have your basic mission that you need to accomplish, and you bring everybody to the table, and you don't stop until you do succeed. And you have to have some thick skin in that. Doesn't mean you're not a human being, but you do have to have some thick skin because stability can be progress a lot of the time. You don't just make progress by willy-nilly change, you make it by strategic, dedicated, hard work. And then, growth and ideas are really important. If I had a solution to bringing all nonprofits together, I mean, I would have never left the first city I worked for. But 500 is a lot. Of course, I'm sure they cross over. There's a challenge because their funding sources are similar. But we probably need to get some incubators together on that, not just on business, right? How do we incubate more on that and break down some of those barriers of competing for dollars? And then, of course, steering things back to technical data is a challenge. I'm used to being able to interject as appropriate at council, and that's something we'll have to work on, what is appropriate. But working with staff for them to understand the story they need to tell. I don't know that the council is going to care about A, B, and C. That's great that it's going to be an output, but they're trying to make sure that their decision is relatable to the public. And so I've been pretty good at being able to help people understand what kind of information the council needs in order for their decision to feel informed. And sustainability is so important. And a word that I heard recently that I think is essential. I think I'm a very resilient person based on some of the things that I've been able to move forward from. And I have a hard time on questions of, what's been the hardest thing you did, because it's always harder before you do it than it is after. And you look back and go, I guess that was hard. I kind of forgot that it was so bad, but we did it. So now I feel good about it, right? And so, anti-fragile is something that we're going to need to really look at, right? It's not about necessarily resilience, because that's being good at what we are and being able to be that through change. We still need to be the core of who we are, but being anti-fragile means that as we continue to evolve and transform, we still can carry that forward and be something more tomorrow than we are today, and not feel like we lost something, but really know that we actually gained. And so those are sort of the attributes I bring to the table to be able to help you be successful as you move forward. And I just am I feel so fortunate to be here as a finalist. I am very hopeful that I'll be here in the future as a resident and as your city administrator. And if I'm not, and you're learning from Mankato, I'm happy to also help in that way. So thank you so much for your questions, the generosity of your time and your comments, and thank you for having me today.
Thanks, Allison.
And now let's turn to Council President Staver.
All right. Well, thank you, Allison, for joining us today and offering us additional insight into how you approach the position and how you could assist Rochester with taking us to another level. So once again, we appreciate your time today, and certainly we'll be looking to go forward here in relatively short order. And we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Sharon, is there anything we need to do to conclude before I recess the meeting?
I'd like to share one observation. I did not mention this early on, but I think I heard some really fine follow-up questions. Sometimes it's advisable to try to repeat some of those follow-up questions. I know some of them may have been a little bit more spontaneous. Not all of them would apply. But do think about some of those questions that you asked, and do feel free to do that again in our interview this afternoon. And then I want to see if there are any questions or things that we need to do to make adjustments on your end of it, just to make sure that the interview is meeting your needs.
So I didn't get an opportunity to ask my question about religion. So I
Thanks, Nick.
okay, I'll save that for later.
Yeah. I have a practice, that, and the other thing, and I include this in religion, just so no one gets any ideas. I don't recommend that we ask people if they are Packers or Vikings, because for some it's religion. Okay. So really,
that's critical to me. I want to be clear. That's critical to me. So there's a right and a wrong answer.
It is
here.
to me also, Nick. I work at US Bank Stadium, so
I just thought I'd throw that in for you. Anything that you want to bring to my attention?
So we're back here at 1.
Let's get here a few minutes early just to get on. I'd say if we could, all be in the process of getting on board 10 to 1, 5 to 1. So we're gathered. That would just be really good to get a start. And then we'll look to President Staver to recess the meeting until let's say 12:50.
That works. Okay. All right. Are there any other final comments before I recess? Seeing no hands raised, I will then recess the meeting until 12:50, and we will see everyone then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue. Heidi, welcome.
Thank
We've
you.
had opportunities to visit with you in the past, and so we'll continue that conversation today. We have a number of individuals joining us today, and Sharon will kind of explain the process as we go forward. But to begin, we'll just kind of introduce a number of individuals that are participating today. As you know, I'm Randy Staver. I'm the council president. And leaving after 10 years of service. And during the course of today, you can please use my first name. Next.
Hi, Heidi. Patrick Keene from Ward 1 in Rochester, the South Side. And again, looking forward to our discussion today. Thanks.
Hi, Heidi. Nick Campion, Ward 3. Thanks for being here. Excited to get started.
Michael Wojak, Rochester City Council Ward 2, finishing up after 12 years of service. Delighted to learn more about you.
Thank you.
Hi, Heidi. I'm Mark Bilderbeck. I'm the council member of Ward 4, which is downtown and southeast, and I'm leaving after 12 years.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Palmer. I am the city council rep for the 5th Ward, and I've been on the city council for 2 years.
Good afternoon. I'm Annalisa. I am a city council rep for Ward 6, and I will be leaving this year as well.
I can go now. Is that all right, Sharon?
Mayor Norton, yes.
Yeah. Kim Norton. Hi, Heidi. Nice to meet you. I've been the mayor for 2 years now.
Thank you.
Hi, Heidi. I'm Brooke Carlson, council-elect and stepping into the position in January. Wonderful to meet you today.
Thank you.
Councilmember-elect Kirkpatrick.
Good afternoon, Heidi. I'm Kelly. Eager to get started in my job on January 4th. Lovely to meet you today.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Molly Dennis. I'm the council member elect for Ward 6, and so excited that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the introductions. Heidi, we will be conducting an interview today that has 10 questions, and we are leaving time for follow-up questions after that. And so that'll give a lot of opportunity for dialogue. We will have the questioning start with Linda Hillenbrand, and then it will alternate back to me. So we'll be doing that back and forth in reading you the questions and then seeing who has any follow-up questions. And at the end, we want to give you time to be able to ask any questions that you might have of our interview panel. So with that, I will turn to Linda and the first question.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Heidi. Nice to have you back with us again today. The first question is a two-part question, and it reads as follows. What trends will municipal organizations need to address to recover and build in the coming year and in the next decade? And the second part of that question is, how are you beginning to address these trends in your current community?
Sure. Just a second, I'm going to make sure I write that all down. Okay. So I think some of the trends and concerns that we're going to have to address as a municipal organization going forward, looking ahead into the next 10 years, likely focus around how the real estate environment will shift and change. So what are going to be the long-term impacts to retail, restaurant, office type users in our community? And what, how long it would take for those spaces to either be repurposed or reoccupied, and vacancy issues that we might have to deal with, which eventually could become tax-based issues for the community. So I think we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I think thinking about how the community supports, the city supports its business community in terms of any type of business assistance to help people carry through to the end of this pandemic. So I think we're really going to have to keep an eye on that. I think honestly, this experience of the pandemic will probably forever reshape how we deliver municipal services. I think many of us learned to deliver more of our services online in a remote fashion. And I think those things are probably good outcomes of the services that we provide. And I think those things will carry on. And then just in terms of the resiliency of the community to survive a pandemic and come out the backside and how we respond to it. I think, this may not be the last coronavirus situation we face in our time. And so as we go forward, I think we'll be better prepared and knowledgeable about how we need to respond and shift and pivot our services. Some of the things that we're doing to address that in my current community. The current community that I serve is a very significant retail square footage real estate kind of second to, Mall of America type area. And so we have great concerns about that commercial real estate stock and what will happen there. We're already have lost a number of retailers and restaurants. And so we've really focused on providing business assistance. We used a good portion of our CARES dollars to support the business community and provide some direct business assistance to them. We may do that again in the new year here, just to continue to keep, especially following this most recent closure. So we've really taken a focus on how do we try to support our business community to come out on the backside of this healthy. And then I'll shift to the service side. We really did sort of amplify the services that we can provide online. And we were in the process of making some changes to, our building permit process, our plan review process, online scheduling, those kinds of things that really proved to be of great benefit to us during this time. And so we've really kind of leaned into those areas where we can provide service to people online versus having that, needing to have that in-person interaction in the government center.
Very good. We have a follow-up question from President-elect Brooke Carlson. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for that response, Heidi. We're obviously seeing a lot of challenges with our business community here as well in the retail and restaurant and other sectors. Can you say a little bit more about where you're drawing the support from in your current community for that your businesses, resource-wise?
Do you mean financially?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we dedicated a portion of our CARES dollars for direct business assistance to the community through our Economic Development Authority. But we've also made sure that our businesses were aware of other resources that were available to them. Hennepin County, the city I work for currently is in Hennepin County. And so Hennepin County had some programs that were available to business, as well as, of course, the state and federal system. So we really tried to make sure from an education perspective and connection with our businesses that we were making sure they were aware of what might be available to them to stack some of these assistance programs on top of each other to help them carry through.
And as a follow-up, looking at 2021 where CARES dollars are not available, how are you thinking about business support next year?
Yeah, that becomes more challenging when you have to dig into other sources to do that, for sure. We do have existing EDA dollars that were in a revolving loan fund that we've accumulated over the years that we may consider doing another round of funding. I think we've just really heard that this most recent shutdown, depending on how long it goes, we really could suffer some additional losses in our business community. So we may consider reallocating some of those dollars for that purpose. Hennepin County just rolled out an $8 million program for, I think it was 8. Don't quote me on that, but it was a pretty significant number assistance program, direct assistance to the retail and restaurant industry. So we will be advocating for our businesses through that as well.
All right. Any further follow-up? All right, Sharon, on to number 2.
Okay, here's question number 2. Describe your approach to building relationships with the City Council. How will you identify and prioritize policy issues and decisions to bring forward to the Council?
Could you just do the last part of the last one again? Identify.
Exactly. How will you identify and prioritize policy issues and decisions to bring forward to the City Council?
Okay. All right. So my approach with building relationships with mayor, city council is to really approach it on, I try to make sure I have an individual one-on-one relationship with each member of the council and get to know them and understand what their concerns are for the community and what their goals are as a council member. I think it's really important to have that level of understanding, and sometimes that depending on the member and their availability or their interest in doing so, I think, frequent one-on-one conversations so that I can get that information from you and understand what your priorities and concerns are. So really try to focus on that one-on-one relationship. When it comes to identifying, prioritizing policy issues and decisions for the council, that really needs to be done as a body, because in terms of if there's enough of a, whether it's a majority, and I don't know what your culture is here around that, I'd have to learn that, but knowing that there is enough of an interest on the council to bring an issue forward. And oftentimes I've used kind of a work session setting to bring those types of issues forward and get consensus around that. Is that something the council wishes staff to be spending time on, working on, and then advancing that through the process? So those are kind of some of the tactics I would take.
Follow-up questions. Okay. Linda?
Oh, we have a follow-up from Mayor Norton. Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I just took my hand down, Sharon, I'm sorry. Heidi, you did mention the mayor, which I appreciated. It lumped me in with the city council, and I appreciate you doing that. I wondered if you had any particular relationship with the mayor's office. It is full-time, and when we're in the building, I'm there full-time. Right now, I'm working full-time. I'm just home, as we all are. I wondered if you had any sort of relationship or way to maintain those relationships that you've used over time that you might want to share.
Sure. So yes, this would be a new structure, different structure for me, for sure. My experience thus far has been more, in a suburban settings in the metro area, where it's a more traditional mayor, council, administrator, or manager form of government. So this would be a bit of a shift for me. So I'm going to have to, kind of get to know your structure a little bit more and how that works practically on a day-to-day basis. In terms of how maintaining that relationship, I just go back to kind of frequent communication and staying in contact. Today in my current relationship with my mayor, it's not, frequently we speak on a daily, or if not, multiple times per week basis. He is employed full-time in other employment, so his time availability is not as great. But I think it's that staying in contact on what the issues are that are out there that you're focused on, that you're working on, and how I could be of assistance of that. And yes, I recognize that this is a bit of a different structure. I've done some background work on it, trying to kind of understand a little bit about how that works here, but clearly I would need to spend some time kind of understanding that a little bit better as I would come on board.
Any other follow-ups?
We have a follow-up from Council-elect Molly Dennis. Go ahead, Molly.
I'm not seeing them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm mastering the hand raising, but yeah, thank you so much, Heidi. I asked this in the previous interview about conflict. I know there's always conflict because different views and personality, but if you have a personality conflict that you see, do you have any examples or any ways that you can help connect the team members?
Maybe I just get clarification. So a personality conflict between people in the organization or people in the council, or?
I'm sorry, my question was never really formulated. Within the council, sometimes you see the banter or whatnot, but sometimes you see it goes deeper than that. And I just wanted to see if you had any ideas or examples on how you've worked to unify a team.
Sure. Yes, not a new experience. Certainly, everybody brings their own perspective and concerns to the table, and experiences. So very understanding of that situation. My position is, I always, regardless of maybe the tension or difference of opinions on the council, my position is to always continue to communicate with members of council on an equal basis and share information. I am a proponent of civility and wanting to make sure that we're fair and we're professional with each other in terms of our consideration of policy concerns or projects, those kinds of things. And so I'm very supportive of that type of environment. I've worked in environments where that is not the case. And so I understand how that can happen. But I think, from a staff perspective, I think our job is to facilitate the information that the council needs to make decisions, and that we provide that in an open and honest manner, and then try to facilitate, the body as best we can in that civil manner.
Okay, moving on to the next question. As city administrator, how will you ensure the city council is treated as a body of 7 equals with no designated representative or spokesperson?
Okay. Well, interestingly enough, on my way down here, I was having conversations with a couple members of my council to bring them up to speed. I've got a really big council meeting next Monday, and so of course I'm trying to put that packet together in the midst of this process as well. And so it was very important to me today, this is just as an example, I hadn't connected with one member of the council about some information that we were going to be bringing forward on an issue that's kind of been a longstanding issue. And it was really important to me today to connect with her and have that conversation and let her know, listen, here's what this is going to look like in the packet, and I want you to be aware, and then I want to talk to you about it and understand what your concerns are and why I'm bringing it forward in the way that I am. So I really do try to, I try desperately, no surprises. Really hard in this world of social media and a very engaged community, those kinds of things, to kind of try to stay ahead of issues. But I really do try to not have surprises to our elected officials, and that means that I've got to stay ahead of issues with them and make sure that I'm presenting that information on an equal basis. I use email a lot to get information out to everybody. If it's a sensitive topic that might need a little bit more discussion, I pick up the phone and have that conversation. Again, it depends on the style and need of each member of the council, but I really do try to attend to each member of the council. I've had experiences in the past where maybe one person on the council maybe ended up on the short side of a boat frequently and started to feel a little bit on the outside of things. That has never swayed me from trying to make sure that they received the information, they knew what was going on, and that relationship was still there, even though it might not have been going so well at the dais.
All right, any follow-ups? Okay, see none, Sharon.
The mayor and city council rely upon the city administrator to anticipate, research, and frame issues, and to offer recommendations and options. How would you frame and establish issues that could become controversial? And how do you bring forth innovative ideas?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so controversial issues for sure. That is what I was dealing with this morning. So, again, I'll go back to the communication piece and how I try to make sure that we're presenting good information to the council so that they can make decisions. I think having a strategy around how we engage the community, depending on what the issue is, if it's here a more ward focused issue or a broad community based issue, what is our plan to engage the community around this, and what's the timing about that? Getting out ahead of an issue and starting to provide information to the community such that they can be brought along, kind of back to the no surprises piece, is that early communication about what the issue is and how the city's attempting to address it, and bringing people along in that discussion. I think the innovative ideas, I think we need to have an environment culturally within the organization that supports innovation and makes staff feel comfortable that, maybe if they, I hate to use the word risk in local government and cities, try to avoid risk, but, that they take a risk on approaching a project in a certain way, or, proposing a different solution to an issue that might be a little bit outside of the box, that, if it doesn't go 100% okay or well, that's going to be okay. We're going to learn from that, and we want to make sure that we're thinking through all the potential, downfalls of that solution, but that we're open to those types of innovative solutions to a problem.
Follow-ups. Go ahead.
Just for
Now it's your hand.
consistency, yes,
There you
okay.
go.
Heidi, in this community, we've learned so much, especially during the pandemic, about the importance of working across our partners here, like Mayo and the county and the school district and our private sector, in our messaging around some of the really tough issues, like the mask mandate and everything happening with DMC and the construction timing and how it impacts businesses downtown, and just many, many issues. How do you work with your partners on these controversial issues to build that shared messaging and buy-in across the partners and act on in the interest of what's best for the community?
Yeah, I think the pandemic was it still is a great example of how we really need to work with our partners, not only on delivery of services or availability of services, but also on that messaging. So it's similar, I think here, Hennepin County is kind of the social service agency and provides a lot of those services. We've encountered some issues with regard to homelessness, and that we were responding to and needed to get some information out to the community. Our churches were involved in responding to that, and so we needed to sort of collaborate between Hennepin County and our church community, who really wanted to find a way to help with a problem that was showing up in various places around our community, still an issue today that we're working with Hennepin County on. So I think reaching out to those partners and trying to identify, those service needs that we can partner on, and then how do we get that information out to the community and then to those other stakeholders, so our faith community, that kind of a thing. Another example, through the pandemic, we partnered with a nonprofit organization. It's actually the Food Shelf that serves our area, our geographic region. So we partnered with them. We actually provided them a portion of our CARES funds to provide food and housing supports to the community. They had, of course, the food shelf services, but then they had a housing support program. And so we needed to collaborate with them on the messaging to get that word out to the community that there were services available to them, and that they could tap into those through, it's called Cross Services, that they were available. And so we partnered with Cross on that. I'll mention one other issue is in my current situation, we've had a very difficult domestic violence year. We had a number of homicides, domestic violence related, and some of that, I think, we feel, or a good portion of that had a tie back to the pandemic and to the isolation, I think, that has been occurring. And so we've partnered with our domestic violence organization, Cornerstone, in the metro area, to really get that messaging out. We did October tends to be Domestic Violence Month. We partnered with them to really get word out to the community that there's services available, there's help, and you don't have to be alone in this fight. And so we do a number of initiatives around that, lighting up the city purple, really trying to call attention to that. But that's just a few ways that through this past 9 months that we've really tried to partner with other either governmental agencies or nonprofits in our community.
And our next follow-up is from Councilmember Keene.
Yes, Heidi, we're talking a little bit about city services here, but I mean, you've mentioned you're more in a suburban setting than what you'll find in Rochester. And you also, I assume, work with the Met Council, which just changes the domain a lot. But looking at Rochester and our municipal execution, are there things that stand out to you as either relatively inefficient or areas of opportunity based on your experience in city government? Things that you would look at and say, interesting how they do that. I'd want to understand more. Is there anything that kind of you've noted in the last 2 months or so?
Boy, I don't know that I have enough direct insight into your operations to make those kinds of observations yet. I think, as I talked with the leadership team yesterday, I talked about that it's really important for me to come in my first 90 days and really listen and learn and get to understand the organization and how you do your work here. I understand that during that time, there may be a need to make a decision or, go one direction or another on a policy or project, but I'd hate to make an assumption about something that you don't know what you don't know. And so I always try to give myself time to at least get enough information to be able to make those kind of judgments.
Very good. Okay. All right. Moving along to question number 5. Heidi, this is a 2-part question again. First, what is your philosophy and approach to managing city finances and ensuring long-term financial health and sustainability as the city grows? Second, how do you work with the council to keep them apprised of financial impacts, receive community input, and frame policy issues affecting long-range fiscal health?
That's a lot. I might have to redo that for me.
Would you like me to repeat? I'll repeat it one more time. First,
Okay,
what is your
sorry, thank you.
philosophy? First, what is your philosophy and approach to managing city finances and ensuring long-term financial health and sustainability as the city grows? Second, how do you work with the council to keep them apprised of financial impacts, receive community input, and frame policy issues affecting long-range fiscal health?
Okay. All right. Philosophy regarding managing city finance. I've plugged into some of the changes you've made in your budget process in the last couple years, some of the work that Steve has led, and I think there's some great changes. I think advancing the budget calendar to get council input on the front end, bringing that timeline up of when staff is doing that work on the budget, and allowing for more time for council consideration and input of that budget. I think it appears from what I can see, from what I've seen in council meetings, and then in some of there was a budget preview video that was done, those kinds of things. It seems like the changes that you've done to your budget process have been good. In terms of managing city finance, I probably take a pretty conservative approach fiscally to municipal operations and try to really, I see myself as a steward of the city's resources and a fiduciary of the city, and I really try to take that conservative approach. I think there's value in, trying to be thinking ahead about the budget and needs of the city and such that we're maybe not having really big significant swings in our levy, that kind of a thing, a little bit more predictable budgeting for both our, for our residents and our business community, and understanding what those tax impacts might be. So probably take a pretty conservative approach. Long-term financial health and sustainability. Let me just back up on that conservative approach. I want to make sure I note that there are always going to be council priorities that want to be addressed in the budget, and so those things, need to be taken into consideration with that levy as well. With regard to long-term financial health and sustainability, I think it's important that we have we talked about this with the directors yesterday, or the leadership team, having, a really well-defined CIP that ties out the projects that are going to need to be completed on certain timeframes, ties that out with the sources of funding for those projects. And then, I think one piece that I've seen oftentimes in cities is we tend to we're good at building things, but sometimes we underestimate or don't quite get around to taking into consideration the O&M costs of what that piece of infrastructure or that piece of equipment or that facility that we're building is going to be for the long run. And so making sure that we're really taking into account sort of those replacement costs, operating, not only the physical, parts of that, but also from a staffing perspective, what's going to be the staffing impacts of owning and operating that asset. So I like to have a good, well-defined CIP that understands what our obligations are going to be in the out years, and what are we going to be short on the resource end that we might need to address. It seems to me that communication around the budget and around financial matters of the city have been increased in the past couple years. It looks as though that way to me, and so I think some of those changes that have been made are good. I think, providing that information in a sort of dashboard type of manner, summary type of manner on some regular cadence, whether it's a quarterly basis. I'm not sure what you're reporting, how that's being done today. So I'd have to take a look at that and see if we'd want to make some changes to that or not. But making sure that the council's apprised of the financial position of the city on a regular basis. There was, as I understand it, there was more process around community engagement with the budget process this year, or in the past couple of years. And so I think those things are good. More transparency in terms of providing that information out to the community in a very understandable way, I think is good. And then, how do we bring forward those discussions to frame up those policy issues around the long-range financial health of the city? How is that, I think framing that information up in a way similar to how your budget process changed. I think it was very understandable, easy to consume. And so I think kind of following on that model and demonstrating what those long-range financial concerns of the city might be.
Okay, Heidi, we do have a follow-up question from Councilmember Campion. Go ahead, Mr. Campion.
Thanks for that answer. I think one of the interesting facets of this question that starts to get at kind of some of the, and you actually touched on it, but I'd like you to expand a little bit, the friction between long-term financial posture and short-term need to achieve political and strategic goals by the council. There's always a conflict there. There's never enough to do all the things that everyone wants to do. Mm-hmm. Can you talk about how you see the administrator's role in that area and kind of your strategy for helping keep a council committed to their strategic priorities versus, I can say this about myself, wandering off the path constantly and looking at every shiny thing?
Sure. Yeah, I think there is a natural friction between, we can have a very well-defined CIP that talks about timelines for projects and investment, and then, something will come up or a priority will shift of the council. And so I understand how that can happen. I think making sure that everybody or the mayor council has an opportunity to see that long-term vision of the city, the financial reality of that plan. I think understanding that how advancing a project ahead of the timeline that it was anticipated in, or inserting another project into the process that wasn't anticipated, how that can throw off the entire CIP plan, and sort of having transparency around that so that we understand that when we're making policy decisions about a project that may not have been anticipated on that timeline or anticipated at all, that it's going to potentially impact other decisions that maybe were previously made about when that investment would occur. So I think it has to be very transparent about what the impacts of those types of decisions are. I've spent some time with your strategic priorities. I think it's good how they seem to be very present in your council discussions, and that driving back to those and kind of like, okay, well, this is what we agreed on that we were going to prioritize this year, and that maybe we can talk about how we can address that on a timeline, plug that in, that kind of a thing. But for me, it's really about transparency, and that we really understand what the impacts are of the decisions that we're making in the long run.
Thank you.
Other questions, follow-up questions? Okay, I think we're ready to go on. Thank you.
All right, we are at question 6. Provide an example of when you effectively listened and learned from the perspectives and concerns shared by others regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion in your city organization and community. What actions did you take as a result of listening to those concerns?
Mm-hmm. I'll go with a kind of a bigger picture example. I do have kind of some specifics, but I'll focus on a bigger picture. So the communities where I've served, the issue of equity and inclusion hasn't necessarily been a policy or resource priority. However, I have always made a point in my work to make sure that the issues of equity and inclusion are addressed internally in the organization from a training perspective, from a culture perspective, and then how we how our hiring practices look. So under kind of in that vein, when I started in my current role, we really weren't involved in a lot in the community in terms of the issues of equity and inclusion. And so I made the recommendation that we get involved with an organization called the Community Forum on Race, which was an initiative between the school district, a neighboring city, and a couple of other nonprofit organizations that do work around that issue, of those issues. So I was supported in that. And so as an organization, we got involved in being a partner in that event. And what that participation did was it's an event that pulls the community together and typically is focused around a particular aspect of issues around equity and inclusion. And there's, speakers, and then there's the opportunity to engage with members of the community. I think that through that, I had the opportunity to, not only for myself, but also for the organization, listen to different perspectives on this issue and hear from our community and understand better what they experience, what persons of color experience in our community often that maybe we weren't quite paying attention to. And so through that program and through those partnerships, I think we really expanded those opportunities in the organization to listen and hear those perspectives. And I think that has played through into the work that we do and how we carry out our services in the community. So that's, well, I think maybe I've addressed the actions that I took there. That's a continuing event. We've been involved now for 5 years, and it's morphed into, book reading clubs that get together and share perspectives and share stories, those kinds of things. So it's kind of grown out into the community now as well.
Okay. I think we have a question from Council President-elect.
Thank you, Sharon. As part of our community's response to the killing of George Floyd, we created something called the Commitment to Action Towards Racial Justice. And we had many, many community partners, about 70 organizations sign on, including Mayo, DMC, the Chamber of Commerce, our local universities, and the city administrator, Steve Reimer, signed on to that agreement. And that is focused on listening and learning, which you just talked about, as well as acting and being held accountable to that commitment to act. And we are, through my work with the nonprofit consortium, developing a set of tools and resources, as well as measures and metrics for organizations and our community to collectively measure our progress towards that commitment. You've talked a lot about some of the internal organizational practices like training and culture and hiring. How would you use an equity lens on sort of across the board service areas within the city administration?
Mm-hmm. Well, first and foremost, I'm excited or encouraged by the position you took in the 2021 budget to hire a position that specifically brings that lens to the table, because I think it just elevates that in the organization. And if that lens is always at that leadership table, that changes the discussion, and it ensures that we're always looking at things through that lens. I think we all have a responsibility to make sure that we are bringing that lens to the table. But I will say it's something that for many, I don't think it maybe doesn't come naturally, and so it's something that we have to train, and I think the commitment of having a position dedicated to that role within the organization really helps to advance that and make sure that that is part of the discussion, whatever we're considering, whatever the program or the initiative or the project is, that we're making sure that that lens is used.
Any other follow-up questions?
All right, moving on to the next question. City administrators rarely please everyone all the time. Tell us about a recent situation where you demonstrated courage and conviction. What was the outcome? And in hindsight, would you do anything differently?
Yes, I understand it's not a popularity role, but we are faced with a lot of challenges and for resources and priority. I'm going to reflect back on a project that I worked on when I was with the city of Wayzata, and I talked about this a little bit in the leadership team interview yesterday. But when I started there, we were embarking on a lakefront plan. And if you're familiar with downtown Wayzata, their commercial district is situated beautifully on Wayzata Bay, and it's just a very wonderful setting, very historical, small community. And they had long wanted for a lakefront plan that kind of made better use of the public space at the lakefront and provided a greater amenity to the business community and to its residents in its downtown. So I think the plan that we embarked on for the lakefront was probably version 6, over 25, almost 30 years. There had been a number of plans that had been devised but never executed upon. And I think, it was a community, a highly engaged community, highly engaged citizenry, many generational families there with great legacy to the real estate. And I think there was always just a challenging challenging time to get agreement about what should be done or shouldn't be done. And there was a tension for sure between the residents in the community and the business community. And oftentimes the residents feeling like they were being run over by the business interests of the community. And so there was a tough balancing act to that. So we embarked on a planning process for the lakefront plan, and I worked on this my entire time there. And we came to a point, and we were making difficult decisions. They may seem small, but they were really significant to the community because they were going to change the face and the shape of the downtown in some ways. It was about building a parking structure, and it was gonna change the mass and scale of an area that abutted a very beautiful residential area. And then taking an old parking lot and taking away those parking stalls in the downtown and creating that into public space that would provide more access to the lake, those kinds of things. And so very significant changes for that community. We worked really hard to address the concerns of both the residents and understand, the concerns of the business community. And I feel like we came to a place with a good balanced plan that really addressed the needs of the community and the vision of the community. And I could tell we were getting to the point of putting it on the shelf because there becomes a fatigue in this type of planning and this work, and that here we are again, it'd just be easier to not do this and put it off. And I remember saying at a council meeting, we can't let this go. We've come this far, we need to get this done, and this is the right plan for the community. I understood that the council might make a different decision, but it was a place and time that we needed to move on this plan that we had worked so hard to come together on. In retrospect, now that I've left there and the plan has moved forward and the parking ramp is built and they built the lakefront space, the Panaway on Lake Street, it's beautiful. And I think it's pretty well received by the community. There's always going to be a little angst around those things, but that was a time that I felt like, I kind of leaned in on that issue because I didn't want this process to go for naught. I didn't want the process to be put on the shelf and then 6 years later again. It was the right time, and it was I think the right project for the community. And I think it's proven out to be that end.
Very good. Any follow-up questions? All right, Sharon. Doesn't look like any.
Okay, this is question 8. Again, this is a 2-part question. First, what is your approach to articulating an organization's vision, mission, and values? Second, how do you implement the strategic plan, making sure it is relevant for the City Council and for the community's evolving understanding of the city's strategic direction?
Can you just do the second part again? Implement the strategic plan.
Making sure it is relevant for the City Council and for the community's evolving understanding of the strategic plan.
Thank you. Well, I think some of the things that I see that it's present in your communications, it's present at the top of the council meetings, it's present in broader communications to the community. I think those are really great ways to make sure that you're not only you're saying it, but you're also living it, because we need to make sure that it lives out in the organization and not just on a wall or in a document. So I think incorporating your mission, vision, values into the work, tying that back in your council actions of, this is what we're doing and this is why, and here's how it relates to either a strategic priority or our vision and how this aligns. Getting that alignment in the organization with the work that we're doing in terms of that mission, vision, values, and making those connections. In my current role, I do a twice a month kind of a little council update program, and frequently will provide information there to the community about, here's where we're at with, because we report out to the council on our progress on the goals and those kinds of things, and provide that information out to the community. So keeping that present in the discussion, just kind of as a routine course of business, that it just becomes part of the organization and the culture. Implementing the strategic plan and making sure it's relevant for the City Council. Well, I think that starts from the beginning and the process of establishing the strategic priorities and that process of bringing mayor council together to formulate those strategic priorities and getting consensus and buy-in around those. And then ensuring that you're reporting back and getting that feedback on how we're doing. Have conditions changed? Has something changed that makes us want to pivot or do something, different here? And then evolving the understanding of the. I'll just go back to, rolling the strategic plan into the routine business of the city so that it becomes sort of something that the community hears about frequently. They have an awareness of what you're focused on in terms of, for now, enhancing quality of life, fostering a team-oriented culture, managing growth and development, and then balancing public infrastructure investment, that we're keying in on those messages and describing the work that we're doing and how it aligns with those strategic priorities.
Okay, are there any follow-up questions? I want to see Council President-elect, do you have a question? Your hand is up and I'm not sure if it. Okay. Anybody else with a question? Let's move to number.
I don't think my hand was up. It said Nick's was up.
Oh, was your hand up, Nick?
No. This is how it's going to work. I see everyone's learned the habit of just pointing at Nick and blaming him. No, I didn't have a hand up. Sorry.
I know it's shocking. I don't have my hand up, but
Okay. Well, that is a sure sign that we are ready to move to question number 9, Linda.
All right, here we go.
All
Another
right.
two-part question.
Okay.
Okay, Heidi, what role have you played in creating or participating in a public-private partnership or a partnership with the county or the school district? How did you balance the shared values and priority areas of your organization with those of your partners?
Sure. I'll pull on a specific project example for you. So where I currently serve, the relationship between the school district and the city is pretty intertwined. We share a lot of athletic facilities, a lot of the playgrounds and the play fields that are on school facilities are shared, and the city had a role in building those, that kind of a thing. So very interconnected relationship, and there's a history of advancing athletic field projects or athletic facility projects, I should say, over the years that are shared in nature. A project that we just recently did with the school district, and I'm sorry, maybe this isn't a public-private partnership. Did you want public-private, or was it?
Public-private partnerships.
Okay.
Or the school. You can talk about the school district too. That's fine.
Okay, I can pull on something private as well. I'll go to the hospital after I do the school district. I'll keep this one brief. Okay, so we did a shared facility. It was a kind of a premier soccer facility, 4 turf fields, beautiful, facilities to serve not only the school district needs, but also the community. And we also partnered with 4 different athletic associations that contributed both to the capital and ongoing operating expenses of the facility. The role that I played in this project, and it was about a $13 million facility, so a pretty good sized project, was to help kind of negotiate that relationship with the school district. The school district where I currently am, there's it's a big district that covers a number of cities, and there's kind of demographic differences across the district, and varying resources, I guess I would say, across the district. And so there's always a bit of tension around what one school gets and what maybe another school doesn't get. And so we are always having to kind of manage against those issues. But the role that I played was to help to negotiate the agreement along with our Parks and Recreation Director. We have a separate park board where I currently serve, and so it's a little bit of a different arrangement. They report to the park board, city council approves their budget, and then they run their programs. And so we're sort of colleagues in the organization, if you will. So we worked together to negotiate that agreement with the school district. I don't know that we got everything that we wanted out of that, but I think the equity issues across the district kind of played out, and it was going to be what it was going to be. It was a very it's been a successful project. Unfortunately, of course, impacted by the pandemic and the ability for its use by the athletic associations. A little bit of with regard to the shared values of the district, I think recognizing their concerns about equity across the district, I think we acknowledged that and came to an agreement that satisfied, I think, their concerns. Not easy doing, these types of agreements with athletic associations. It's a little bit of a risk for the city in that there's not a lot of financial security. It's sort of they're an ongoing concern, and something like a pandemic can really stop an athletic association in their tracks. And so it's kind of a partnership that it brings with some risk, but I think it's a good relationship for the city. So that's kind of a city school district opportunity. Public-private partnership, I'll go with, we just completed a deal on a significant piece of land that will include an expansion of the Maple Grove Hospital. The Maple Grove Hospital is relatively new, one of the newer hospitals in the state, and very popular. It has outperformed, I think, what they anticipated. Both, it's a very significant birthing center, but also very busy emergency department, and they've taken on more roles with North Memorial. So they are looking to expand, and so Ryan Companies came in to acquire about 100 acres worth of land. We worked with Ryan Companies and the hospital to it really played out in the form of a development agreement that recognized some participation on behalf of the city, recognized the role of Ryan as a private developer to bring forward profit-based development, and measured kind of their return on that, and then allowed for the city to sort of support the expansion of the hospital and the infrastructure that would be needed to do that. So water, sewer, roads, those kinds of things, and kind of helped us to measure, what would be the appropriate role of the city to participate here. That project is moving forward. The infrastructure projects went forward this summer, and the hospital, hoping that we, continue to come through this, and the pandemic rolls on and moves to a different phase. The hospital plans to move forward with its expansion this coming summer.
All right, very good. Any follow-up? Right.
Question?
I see one from Council Member Wojcik, it looks like.
Thank you. Yeah, just follow up on the public-private partnership. I'm curious in terms of structuring these, if you've used the resources that are available in terms of either leveraging the public's ability to borrow money at lower costs, or the private sector's ability to procure at a lower cost. Were there any unique aspects of this public-private partnership that were only possible in terms of the public and the private working together?
Yeah, and this probably wasn't unique to this project, but in Maple Grove, we have kind of a unique structure in that we do everything via special assessment. And so we finance the public infrastructure for the developer, and we construct it, and then we assess them for that. And so basically, we're sort of taking that off their ledger and giving them, generally about a 20-year time frame to pay for those improvements. So what we've found in our development deals is oftentimes that can take a piece of the financing off their plate. So that's a tool, but that's routine. We do that with every one of our developments. In terms of the private sector, I'm sorry, you were referencing like using private sector value of a project?
Yeah, one of the things that I'm curious about is that one of the opportunities that comes from P3s is that you're able to simultaneously leverage potentially the better interest rates that a public entity can borrow from, but also the better procurement practices that a private sector. These are the kind of things that you can't do in a project that's either entirely private or entirely public. And I'm curious if you've utilized any of those strategies with any projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think more on probably the financing side that we've been able to provide that kind of financing support to a project. I'm trying to think back if we've done something where we've used the procurement on the private side to benefit a project. I'm not thinking of one right now, so I think it's been more on the financing side.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thanks.
All right. Any other follow-ups? All right, Sharon, back to you.
Okay, question 10. It's our last question.
Mm-hmm.
If you are the successful candidate, what would your first 90 days on the job look like? What would be your number one priority?
Mm-hmm. So the first 90 days, I think my focus would be to listen and learn the organization, get to know the community better. I think it's hard, you try to do in a process like this, you try to do the best you can from the outside, learning the organization by reviewing, the website and watching council meetings and watching candidate forums and all those kinds of things to become familiar as best you can. But it really does take, 3 to 6 months to really kind of get to understand the organization, its culture, the people, and what the work that you're doing. So I would focus on those first 90 days to listen and learn, and try to make sure I have a good understanding before starting to really move. I recognize that there's going to be things that come up in that 90-day period that are going to require input or direction or something. I understand that, and but I do think it's really important to take that time to get to understand and know the organization. One of the things that I've done in the past in coming into an organization is, you know, attending board and commission meetings, or sitting in on a planning commission meeting, or hear, you know, the RPU board or the arts and culture, you know, those kinds of things, to sit in and listen and understand, you know, what are they talking about and what issues are they dealing with and what are the projects that they're looking at. And so, and then, you know, getting to meet those people that are serving on those boards and getting familiar with the community. So that is kind of the approach that I would take in the first 90 days. Number one priority, I guess I think it aligns with that. It's about getting to know the mayor, the council president, the council, and the community and the organization. I don't get the sense that there's some, you know, I've walked into organization where there's been a mandate from the council saying, we need you to address these 4 things right away. And there was already consensus around that, not only from the organization, but from the council. So I've walked into situations like that where there were things that needed to be addressed and had been already pre-identified. I haven't seen that here yet. So I guess I would maybe look for that if that exists. But I think that number one priority would be prioritizing forming those relationships in the community, getting to know people, getting to know the organization, the culture, and really getting a good understanding of the work that you're doing here.
Does anyone have a follow-up question? Okay. Well, we have some time available to us. So first of all, I would like to ask council members if there is any question that you would like to ask. And I want to go back and say mayor and council members elect, make sure that I'm being totally inclusive. So any question that anyone has that they would like to ask. Okay. Well, Heidi, I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, there we go.
We have a couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I saw Councilmember Wojcik first, and then we can go to Council President-elect.
Okay, I had 2 questions, so I'll do one of them and then pass the torch and see if it gets back to me. But for consistency's sake, I want to, one of the concerns that I've seen particularly evolve in local government in the last few years is you know, what's sometimes referred to as the Dunning-Kruger effect, where the expertise of our teammates in their fields gets challenged at public meetings by somebody who watched a YouTube video. And I want to know how you, as an organizational leader, will prioritize and help the council evaluate the worth of data as it comes at them in public meetings at some time in a very rapid fire pace.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I'll go back to, you know, I believe the role of staff is to provide the council with good research and data. I'm a big believer in data. I love good data. That we provide you with good information, data and research upon which to make decisions. I'm not one to, you know, try to debate or react from in a public meeting. You know, I think taking that input and then directing staff to come back and maybe research the issue or look at it more and provide more information. I don't know that, you know, trying to dispute or counter in that kind of a setting usually ends well. So I think I would probably in that situation, you know, acknowledge the information, accept the information. You know, I mean, there may be something that we don't know, that we've missed, that we haven't heard of, and that might be a wonderful solution or idea. And so I think kind of taking that information in, taking it back, and then providing some information back to the council is probably how I would approach that.
Okay, let's go to Council President-elect, and then after you ask your question, I'll come back to Councilmember Wojcik.
Sure. Heidi, this is a really interesting time for our community. Not only are we existing in a pandemic with 2021 looking worse for many businesses and organizations than even we're currently seeing, but we have a massive transition in our leadership across the board in the community, within our city, within our school board, within our partner organizations like the Chamber and DMC and our Economic Development Agency. How do you view this moment in time, including stepping into such a role? Do you see this as an opportunity, and how so? What sort of challenges do you see? Just want some of your reflections on this specific moment in time we're existing in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of change, a lot of new faces coming to the table for certain. I do see it as an opportunity. It's a challenging opportunity in that I think it is a time that we would really, and unfortunately, this is a really hard time when I talk about, getting to know people and form relationships. It's a really hard time to be doing that type of work because we're all trying to do that remotely. So hopefully we'll be through that here. Maybe into the third quarter of 2021, things will start to look different. But I do think, I'm a believer in, having connections to those various organizations, whether there's joint meetings or somehow, collaborating and having those common discussions with those other organizations in the community. Frequently in my past, we would have, a joint work session with the school board or, the chamber leadership, those kinds of things, to kind of share the work that we're doing and the challenges that we're facing. And I think when you have this type of transition in community leadership, it probably puts an emphasis on the need for that to make, those connections and create those relationships anew. I think in that, though, I think it's important to not forget kind of where we've been and the folks that are here and carrying forward and their role in the community and role going forward. I think it's important to kind of make sure that we're balancing both, the changes that are here, but what's carrying on as well.
Okay. Councilmember Wojcik.
Thank you. So switching gears, question that I like to ask. Government's a lot easier if we don't have to pay for things, but that's not really an option for us. And one of the challenges that we frequently face is this whole equation of what do we put on fees, what do we put on customer charges, what do we put on taxes? And with both looking at this through an equity lens and trying to communicate with the council, how do you prioritize setting how we pay for things, whether they go to fees, customer charges, or taxes?
Yeah, certainly familiar with those different ways to generate revenue or to charge for services. I guess I would be reluctant to kind of, until I would understand a little bit more about how you're structured today in terms of what I think I have a kind of a, maybe a 10,000 foot level understanding of looking through your budget documents and whatnot, like where your revenue is coming from and how you're paying for things and where your levy is and those kinds of things. But I guess I would be reluctant into sort of making a statement about where something should live, given what I know today. But I certainly understand the tools that are out there in terms of fees or customer charges or taxes and how you can generate revenue depending on what it is that you're, trying to accomplish. So I guess I would want to learn more before I made a recommendation about a path to take.
So maybe that question was a little bit too broad. So I narrow it down a little bit. In terms of your philosophy, when is it okay to use general property taxes to subsidize goods or services for others?
Well, I think at the core of that, there's some of that is council policy decision at the core of those issues. However, I tend to, I guess, take the stance that the property tax levy is for the delivering of core city services. I understand that there are decisions made about, if there's a piece of the general fund levy that's contributed to covering, arts and culture activities or, things that might be considered outside of a core city service. I understand that there's policy decisions that are made around that. I guess I'd have to learn more about, where we're at and what the consideration is. But in general fund property tax levy, core city services, but understand that there's policy decisions that are made about supporting things that are important to the health and well-being of the community.
Mayor Norton.
Thank you. We've talked a little bit in the last hour about communication, relationships, which you've talked about, needing to build those as you go, which is great and absolutely necessary. Personally, and I know I'm not alone in this, feel very strongly about building partnerships intergovernmentally, as well as with many of our organizations across the community, which some are quite strong and there are weaknesses in others. And then I want to layer on top of that, so it's not really a question yet, but those are two kind of concepts. Community engagement. It's been a commitment of our city council to improve community engagement. We have tried and we are using several tools, Polco and Zen City, as well as some community engagement, sometimes required by law, sometimes we've just done it independently as council members or mayor to communicate with our community. I wondered if you had an overall philosophy or some overall thoughts about that community engagement, partnership, and relationship issue. It's multiple issues, but it really is about engagement and communication.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe I'll focus on kind of the community engagement piece first and then tie in the organizations. Familiar with Polco and Zen City, have some experience with both of those, and I think those are both effective tools. I have met a few people in the organization yesterday. That the title is communications and community engagement. That's good. I mean, that means that's at the forefront of how we're thinking about how we're going to engage with the community and our other partners. And it signals that that's a key part of what we're trying to do here. It's not just pushing information out. It's about how are we engaging with whether it's the residents, the business community, or our other nonprofit partners or other agencies to move forward the work of the city and the community. So I think those tools are effective, but what I see internally in the messaging, I think supports that and communicates that that's a priority. So I think supportive of those initiatives. I think I think one of the challenges with community engagement is sometimes it can slow processes down. It can slow projects down. It requires, setting out a time frame that upon which you're going to have to dedicate this time to getting out and engaging with the community and having those communications go out and time for response, that kind of a thing. So it sets a cadence to the work that you have to attend to, so that you're making sure that you're hitting on those things as you bring a project or initiative forward. Building the partnerships with organizations and nonprofits. I mean, I think that's probably one of the things that intrigues me about Rochester is kind of that rich tapestry that's here of those organizations that are built around serving the needs of the community, and that, maybe I think the blessing in that maybe is that it's, the city isn't the only solution or the only service provider or the only organization that can solve a problem in the community, but rather, I think sometimes we need to get out of the way and let some of these, organizations do the great work in the community. Be supportive, of course, and if that can come through in a variety of ways. But I think that's one of the interesting pieces here is how do you pull those groups together to do that good work? And every group is going to have a different capacity for that in terms of how, the services that they're providing or the initiatives that they're advancing, whether it's the financial capacity or their structure, leadership, that kind of a thing. And so kind of have to figure out a way to meet them where they are and then ways to bring people together to address the needs of the community.
Okay. Councilmember Wojcik, your hand continues to be up. Do you have another question?
On my side, my hand is down, but sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from any one of the interview panel before we go to Heidi and see what questions she might like to ask you?
Council-elect Kirkpatrick has a question, Sharon.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Heidi. Thank you for sharing your time today and kind of jumping off of Mayor Norton's comment about communication and increasing partnerships and looking at your career as a city administrator. I know you have familiarity with a couple of leaders in our community. I was fortunate to listen in on the leadership team's meetings yesterday to learn a little bit more just from a different angle. And at the end of the meeting yesterday, you had commented how you had attended graduate school with our current city administrator, Mr. Reimer, and you've kept up your professional relationship with him. And also, I know that you were able to work with Mr. Sieb of DMC EDA back in 2013 in Wayzata, and you've continued your professional relationship with him as well. So how does having peers that in other cities expand your partnership role in being able to reach out to other communities and glean and learn from to further your role where you're working?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Honestly, the relationship I have with not only my city management, city administration peers, but also, other organizations, whether it's nonprofits I've worked with, or, school district, that kind of a thing. I've always made it a point to really kind of keep those relationships and those contacts intact. I think it's probably one of the things that has kept me really engaged in local government is I've often said that the world of city management, I think particularly I find it in Minnesota. I've talked to folks that have been in other states and I don't think it's as rich in other areas, but in Minnesota, it's a very collegial, supportive group of people that really lean on each other and that we, I can pick up the phone at any time and call a colleague in a comp city suburb and say, how are you dealing with this issue and what has been your experience and how can we help each other, that kind of a thing. In my current role situation, I have 2 neighboring big suburbs, comp suburbs, 70, 80,000 population suburbs, and we frequently partner on various things. We frequently work together on whether it's a legislative initiative or, we share a law enforcement training facility, for example, and so we would continue to collaborate on those things. So my peers, I value them greatly, and they're one of the greatest gifts, I think, of this profession.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands up. So let's move on to Heidi to see what questions she has for you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I mean, this is, the the third time I'm visiting with representatives from Rochester, and each time has been a pretty robust conversation. So I don't know that I have big outstanding questions, and I've had the opportunity to connect with folks to kind of gain additional insight into the work that you're doing here. I think more than question, maybe I want to talk. I just wanted to round out, and I wondered if there might be a question about this today, but I wanted to leave a couple parting thoughts in that in my work, I certainly have an appreciation and understanding of how sometimes in a community there's always more than just one thing going on. And I've worked in situations where there's been an intense focus on either a downtown project or, in the YZ example, a lakefront project. And I think I wanted to make sure I communicated that I understand the importance of ensuring that we're attending to the entire community, and that while something might be super bright and shiny and exciting, that we really have a whole community to attend to. And I have a keen appreciation for that. I've worked through those issues, I think, in some circumstances better than others. I've worked in a situation where that didn't go well, and it ended up kind of overturning the community and overturning the council. And so learning from that and understanding how those issues can play out in a community. And I feel like I have a keen appreciation for that. I'm excited about this opportunity. I think Rochester is a great community. There's just so much to offer, and I love the complexity of the services that you offer, and the rich culture and art, music, all those things that are here in this community here, with really this great downtown and all that it has to offer with Mayo and a backstop. So I'm excited about this opportunity. I want to leave you with the message that I want this job, and I'm ready to do the work for Rochester. And I really appreciate your consideration and the time that you've invested into this process. I know that it's been a number of afternoons, and so I appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Heidi. I think I'll turn to President Staver for any final comments.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Heidi, for joining us again this afternoon. As you say, we've had several opportunities, and I think we learn more each time, and that's good. So once again, thank you for joining us today. We wish you the best of luck, and I'm hopeful that we'll be moving forward very shortly. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Bye, Heidi.
Bye-bye.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sharon, I'll push, okay.
Okay, yes.
All right, so Sharon, would you like to maybe reiterate what you'll be doing in the next day or so, and the next immediate steps, and then we'll close out?
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier today, we will have some additional information coming to you, and it will be the perspectives that the leadership team has shared. They are anonymous comments, and I think really intriguing piece about this part of the process is you get to see the different views and perspectives of 13 different people, and 13 different people who would have a working relationship with the city administrator. So that is for you to consider as you may. Like I said, people generally find that to be helpful. You may find that it provokes some questions, or that it gives you some aspects of the candidates you hadn't necessarily thought of before, but I will be sending that out to you really as soon as we get done with this conversation today. And it is a document that is private. So please abide by that. I think it's just important, to have that perspective available to you. What I'd like to do is tomorrow reach out to each of you individually as a sort of debriefing to find out your thoughts about the interview process, where you feel in terms of your readiness to start to make a decision on this. Any questions that you have? I know that where we're working with the seated council, we're working with council members elect. People have gotten information at different times, and I'm hoping that maybe by being able to spend a little bit of time individually with everyone, that it will, if there are some gaps, I can fill those in, but also to kind of get a preliminary shot of where we are. If we're really, and on the same wavelength and everything comes back in favor of one candidate, that's pretty easy to know to move forward. If it does not, then we'll look at ways that we can pull everybody back together to have the conversations. Incredibly important to have everybody reach consensus on this, just for that moving forward. It's, for me, it's the joy in the search, to see people kind of go through this process and really think it through and have lots of conversations and then arrive at a point where they can move forward. Kind of what this is all about as I see it. So if you have any questions of me right now, process-wise or whatever, happy to answer those. Otherwise, I will be getting the information to you and getting in contact with you tomorrow.
All right. Any final questions for Sharon?
Maybe just a general question. This is Michael Wojak. I am looking forward to receiving that document and learning about what the teammates thought of the process. But as a general question, was there some level of consensus or wildly diverging opinions coming from our team?
Councilmember Wojak, very interesting question that you ask. This has been a very quick-paced process to try to pull in all of the input and schedule things and get through the process. I have not yet read it. So I skimmed it very, very quickly just to see if there were any obvious issues, but I don't feel like I spent enough time looking at it. I will say the one sense that I had, and exactly what I would expect from your leadership team, is I could tell that the comments were very thoughtful. They're all from a very thoughtful place, as I would expect.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I can't say anything more, but I think the comments struck me as comments to sit down and really kind of think about them a little bit. I will say that I think this is actually a nice piece in the process for you. There are a number of city councils, governing bodies that get together, and it's like, okay, once we're done with this, we're going to make the decision. I think reflection definitely plays a role in this, because it's something to get right, to feel confident about, and not to move on it too quickly. We don't want to let it go for a long time, so that's why I'm going to be giving everybody a call and kind of understanding what steps we can take to go forward. But yeah, the reflection piece is good.
I appreciate that. I was just looking for a little guidance. I know we're still we're still part of the public meeting and whatnot, but just so if there's anything to reflect on as I read this, let us know.
Yeah. Good.
I have a question for a change. I've been asked how the council elects perspectives will be brought in, that we will not have a vote. And there may be a possibility where the council elects perspectives differ from the sitting council members. So I'd like some transparent information for our audience about how that will be handled.
I think that's an excellent question. I see this transition as involving all of you. I know that there is experience that comes from those from the mayor and the council that's seated. I know that there are perspectives and viewpoints that you have. You've won an election. You are in touch with some of the different issues that are there. And I think that the answer to your questions is it really takes both to come together. I don't really see this as yes, I understand that the council will vote going forward. But I think that input is really important. Here's the other thing. You know, one of the things that we do, I always consider this responsibility to be partnering with the city of Rochester. And I understand that if we bring in somebody and those people who are coming onto the council don't feel inclined for that person, that's not an easy position for a council member for a candidate to say, yes, I want to go forward. And I think that transparency is something that goes both ways. I want someone before they leave a job where they are to have that real sense of support, and to know that it's been, you know, thought through and reflected on by all of you. So I mean, it's really sort of an inclusive um, position I take on this. I will tell you the other thing. Prior to being a consultant, I had the opportunity to work with the League of Minnesota Cities, and I became very involved with the newly elected officials conference and the work that was done. And time after time, I have heard people say, wow, I never understood how much there was. It is usually, not always, but usually what people who are coming into this role find. And so the fact that we have all of you together, I view as a positive. I hope I've answered your question. Okay.
Yeah. Can I say one more thing?
Yes,
Councilman Wood?
absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate that. And in an ideal world, we will come to consensus. The question is, if you're hearing from several of us who will not have a vote, and will it still go to a vote? I mean, if you're hearing a difference of opinion from
If I
those of
am
us who
hearing
are
a difference of opinion, if I'm not seeing that there is some level of consensus, that has to be brought back to you. And that would be a time that I think we all have to get back after there's been time for reflection to talk about this. I will say that when we go through a search process, many people, when you're doing this collectively, have to look at who's my favorite candidate. But also, maybe I have a favorite candidate, maybe I'm able to work with both candidates. I've had that happen many times. So I think that's part of the debriefing that I will do with you to find out what your thoughts are. And because one of the things that we do, we offer a guarantee. We have a 12-month guarantee. I obviously want to make sure, in the spirit of that guarantee, that we are of an opinion to come together. And so if there are differences that I'm finding when I talk with you, I will find a way to bring that forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Wojak.
Yeah, I wanted to in part respond to Brooke's comment as well and say that this is very important, and those of us that have been on the council for a while have probably far more institutional knowledge for the organization, but those of you that are coming on are the ones that are going to have to work with who is chosen. And as such, I'm going to spend the time and I'm talking with my successor over about this particular decision, and I certainly don't want to do anything that is going to put him in a more difficult situation going forward. And I would say for all four of the elects, if the person whose seat you're taking is not having that same conversation with you, that is a serious problem, and that's something that you feel free to raise publicly, because if we're getting into a situation where we're heading in a direction that you don't want to go, that's something that we all benefit hearing from.
Other comments?
Did Councilmember-elect Molly, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you. I just didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to echo that what Brooke and Mr. Jack mentioned. I have been getting calls and letters from constituents outraged by this process because of what, the Supreme Court, kind of similar situation, rushing things through before people who are elected take office. And so I hear what you're saying, and I value all of that thoughts, but I hear it as more of a political answer of like, I don't think, so I guess maybe maybe clarification because I'm learning. So do the council elects have a say? I mean, they'll take in consideration, but can we override votes? Because I mean, let's say if everyone voted against what every council elect really truly had a passion for, who they had a passion for, do they actually have a voice in real? I'm not.
And I'm hearing
So-
that it's not going.
So
to
let
a
me,
vote.
so can I reply?
Yeah.
'Cause I think I can be more blunt than Sharon can, because she's trying to be politically correct as a consultant. Like, no city administrator will accept a position with the city if it turns out that the majority of the council that would take over in January is not supportive of it. So either one of our candidates would immediately get that message and would not accept an offer. So we have to be unified in the response. Like, how you guys will not vote. I mean, I don't know how to make that clear, but there, you do not get an official vote. You have to feed back to the council members that are here. And because you're members of the public, you can do that in an email to the entire council. Like, that's not a problem, as my understanding. Maybe Jason will correct me, but I don't see any reason why you can't provide feedback. You can make your opinion public on whatever outlet you want, but we can't give you a vote. I don't, there's no way to do
And
that.
I'm understanding that it's not going to a vote if there's not consensus. If the chair won't let it get that far, if we're wildly apart.
Well, if we can't get to consensus, we will take a vote to restart the process. That will be likely what has to happen next. So I think that would only be the fair way to handle this for our candidates, is if we can't get to consensus, then we have to restart. But also there's significant consequences to that. So I just want, that is a extreme measure from my position.
And I do see a middle point, and here's the middle point. If there is really a very stark differences between the way the newly elected people see it and those who have the institutional memory, then we have to get together and have a discussion on what you're seeing. And I think that's a valuable discussion to have. And I probably didn't articulate as clearly as Councilmember Campion, but that's exactly it. I mean, you can't, I just put myself into the position if I'm coming into your city and I'm going to be your city administrator, and I have 3 or 4 members who are just, not there. Why? This is about a time with the city that's a legacy. Okay. This is a time about a legacy. It is important. And that's why these are so very difficult in what they're doing. And so please understand that for the city, for the candidates, I really do want to see where you are and to bring things forward if you need to have more conversation. And if things are not of a nature that it isn't working, then we understand that. And there have been searches where we have done that. So I think that we should, do that debriefing, and I will listen to you and see exactly how things are going, where things are, and then we'll kind of have some communication that will go back to everyone that will be an indication of next steps. But it's going to be driven by everyone's comments.
Let's go to Councilmember Keen. He has a question, and then Councilmember Bilderback.
So I'll just make a statement here. I'm a little distressed listening to this. I think what we're trying, what I saw the process going towards is the staff has volunteered to try to collect this consensus. There's no reason the way we're talking about this, like it's we against them. There's just none of that we should be talking about. I view this as there's what do you get, 7, 4, 8, 12 people with different opinions. I think that we're going to trust the staff to collect those and see if we have consensus and move from there. Again, this is a public meeting and we're acting like we already know we have this big conflict. I think this is just the wrong direction we're taking this. So I'll put my hand down and listen.
All right, Councilmember Bilderback.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Keen. Number one, and Kelly has already reached out, and we will be talking to try to see what each of us feel, because the bottom line is we all care about where this city is going. Even as members who are leaving the council, we have a long, rich history. My whole life is in this town. And to think that we're going to do something to undermine the elected people is totally wrong. We care very much about the city. We're hoping nothing but success for the new council and the new city administrator. And we do that because if you're successful, our city is successful. And I said it is our city because it is. Every one of us that are here take a little bit of piece of this city and we put it in our heart. And that's where it's at. And so we need to trust the system, whether you like decisions that have been made in the past or not. The bottom line is every decision that was made by everybody in the council, whether I agreed with them or not, was made based on the fact that we care about what's best for this city and this community, which it goes well beyond the city limits, well beyond the county limits. It goes out through our whole community and actually even into Wisconsin. So the fact is, let's see how this works out. As Mr. Wojak says, he's going to be talking with his person that's going to be replacing him. I'm talking with the person who's going to be replacing me. And let's see how this all works. There may be 12 of us here on the phone that have been actively involved, but there were also 13 members of our leadership team that we need to hear from. Part of this job is to listen and see how things come and not try to figure out if we're going to have issues right away or not. So let's see if the process works. I've worked with Sharon before. We've done very well in replacing people and having, we were all very fearful back when we lost our 35 and 40-year members of the city staff. And we did pretty darn well. So let's give it a chance. Let's see what happens. I bet we'll be surprised.
All right, I'll take them in order as I see the hands raised. So Councilmember Wojcik.
Allow me to put my hand down.
All right. Councilmember-elect Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, President Staver. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone. I appreciate the deep efforts that have gone into this interview process. And although we were campaigning, I appreciate the schedule that the current sitting council, the mayor, and President Staver have put forth to make this possible and opening up the structure for us to become involved. I will say that it's been less than transparent than what I would have hoped for, but I appreciate the conversations that I've had with Councilmember Keene, President Staver, of course, Councilmember Bilderback, and the others who have reached out. And I do feel really confident in my strong voice that I have brought forward. I was most upset that this process would not have been held in a public venue for our residents and our constituents to see. And I'm very, very thankful that my voice was heard and that our city attorney, Jason Luce, as well as our current sitting administrator, Steve Reimer, and Brent Fenby got together yesterday to make this technology possible for people to view this process. And I'm just really appreciative of being a part of this and looking forward to what the outcome is going to be and the dialogues that'll come in the next couple of days. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Council President-elect Carlson.
You're muted.
There you go.
I was just saying thank you, everyone, for the good discussion. I think that helps a lot for how some of the new elects are, the feedback we're getting from the community, and it is a real concern. So I think this has been a really reassuring conversation for all of us that we do have a shared goal for what's best in this community. We're in it together. And so I just feel reassured, and I hope that those that are listening feel like this has been a good conversation, good response, and a very transparent set of next steps to get us to what's best for the community. So thank you.
All right, and Councilmember-elect Dennis.
All right. I just wanted to say that I echo what Mr. Bilderback and Mr. Keene and Ms. Patrick and everyone said. I truly believe that this has been a wonderful process, and it's for the community. And thank you for including us. And I just feel like in a time of great change like this, that we can actually change policy. So I'm hoping that in the future that maybe this can be like a catapulting event that can say, well, let's in the future change it so that the new elects can decide who is going to be, who they are going to hire for their staff. But I just was hoping that this can be kind of everything we do is in new territory. So, but thank you so much for everything you've done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else with any final comments before we close out? I don't see any other hands raised. So it sounds like Sharon will be in contact with each of us in the next day or so, and I'm hopeful that we will have a consensus and we'll move forward. So if there's nothing else, we can call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.